I'm in second place and you passed me. What place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you passed me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Man, what's good? Good. Hey, good morning, almost to afternoon. What up, Trinity? She in the building. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody. I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? We're relaxing, getting ready for this lovely Sunday. Hold on, let me see if I get a little bit of that background music. Hold up. Just a little bit. All right. Now, man, everybody make sure you guys like, share, subscribe. We are exclusive at Auntie's, the Boiler Room. But whatever. Also, you guys can hit the Cash App. Super Chat should be available. You know what I'm saying? I hope everybody enjoys it. I'm in the process of getting my coffee ready. I hope you guys get your coffee ready too. And one thermos today. I'm going to do one thermos. I got plenty of coffee in the house. When the thermos is over, the motherfucking show is over. God damn it. I'm just letting you know that shit right now. All right. We got a bunch of different things and we're doing something different than we usually do. We're gonna put the link in the chat that is already pinned. So if anybody wants to come up and kind of talk with your boy, you are more than welcome to do so. You're more than welcome to do so. But have y'all seen it? Have y'all been watching all this shit going on? People just setting flames to their own shit, man. This is just setting flames to their own shit, setting flames to each other's shit, just setting all types of shit just going on. Now, of course, we done seen a bunch of stuff that's going on in the real world, which hopefully I can get to some of that stuff, before the stream is over today. But as far as the shit that's going on in these spaces, wow, wow, but not really. But ain't nobody really wowed. You know, I know a lot of folks is like, oh well, this is cool. Like shit's lit, shit litty. Like nah, bro, the shit just on fire. Just because it's like, just because the shit on fire don't mean the shit litty, dog. Like you could be in a club and the shit, hey, the party's lit. Like everybody wilding and shit. Like everybody having a good time. Dance floors banging. You know what I'm saying? The women all fucking good looking and shit. You know what I'm saying? Dudes is fresh to death. Done bought the bar. You know what I'm saying? Sparklers and all that shit going. That's the club being litty. But when somebody has literally set the goddamn bathroom on fire, done shot up the motherfucking bar, done busted a motherfucking they shit, you know what I'm saying? It's all types of shit. Riots going on. No, that's not the club being litty. That's the club being on fire. The shit's over. and that's what you're seeing. That's what I mean. This is what up, Stanley Cross? Cynical One. What's up, everybody? You know? But yeah, these people really do confuse shit burning all the way down for some shit being litty. I told you, man, these people will literally set themselves on fire, cut off their own arms and shit for the sake of entertainment. It is what it is. But you guys see the title. It's really just history repeating itself. And believe it or not, this shit happened before it happened before it happened to the people before these new folks. For real. It happened to the people before that, and it happened to the people before them. That shit just keep on happening. That shit is a cycle, probably dating back to maybe like 2012, 2011. Shout out to Big J. Big J said he'd been here since like 2007 and 2006, and real shit, I'm pretty sure even he would agree. This ain't nothing but history repeating itself. This shit happened like every 3-4 years, maybe even less. I think I'm gonna say it, man. Y'all motherfuckers had a decent run. Y'all had a decent run, and it's no disrespect to y'all, you know. And when I say y'all, I mean a whole bunch of just, you know what I'm saying, new folks, people that pretty much you probably didn't even know who the fuck they were, you know what I'm saying, until Fight Club rolled around, or even those people that have kind of like just kicked off their channels and they've done it with these spaces, you know, like opening up panels and shit like that. There's no disrespect to y'all, man, because I like a lot of y'all. I like what you're trying to do. But the fact of the matter is this. When you open up panels, you kind of I'm not going to say at the mercy, but it's very, very easy to take on the identity of what happens on your panels. Not you in particular, but your channel, your show. For example, you know, I had stopped by Candy Canes last night, and she had a pretty cool topic. That's what made me want to stop by and come up on the panel. You know, real cool topic, and it was about why athletes, goated athletes like Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, LeBron James, Mike Tyson. Why goated athletes just can't never call it quits, like they can never really call it quits. And I'm like, yo, that's my wheelhouse because I've like studied that. I've seen it over and over again. Like, what the fuck would make a good guy like Tom Brady play till he's like 46 fucking years old? Like, you got 6, 7 fucking Super Bowl wins. Like, why the fuck you still playing? Same with Jordan. Motherfucker retired fucking 3 times. You know, like 3 times, won 6 titles. Like, you're rich as fuck. Like, what the fuck? Why you keep coming back? You know, why you keep coming back? Motherfucker don't stop. Right? I thought it was a cool topic. So when I did catch a little brief minute to jump on the panel, here these niggas go talking about relationships. And I know Candy, she tried her best, tried to moderate it, make sure it didn't like pivot into the gender war and the same shit that these motherfuckers talk about every day. But I'm gonna just let y'all know, these people ain't having that shit. Ain't nothing new under the sun. And if you guys think you're gonna create something new in this space, people are not having that shit. And even if you're not trying to create something new, even if you're trying to be a new person that does the same old shit that you've seen other people do, they ain't having that shit neither. I know that shit hurts. Folks don't be wanting to hear that shit, but that's kind of the way it is. They not. It's about to be the same old bullshit. And that's the word that I wanted to use. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't take on the identity of the people on your panel. It's kind of predicated on what happens on the panel. That's why I think it's extremely fucking funny when you have folks that want to come up, plunge their goddamn streams and their panels into filth every fucking night, and then say, oh, you're responsible for what other people say on my show. Yeah, the fuck you are. Yeah, the fuck you are. Because just as easily as you can boot or mute a motherfucker that's telling you some shit you don't want to hear, you can mute or boot somebody that's saying some shit that you know damn well is about to get you and your channel in some motherfucking mess. But you prefer not to, And I'm kind of all over the place, About to take this first sip of coffee. A little late today, but I'm saying take it. But no, that's kind of just the way it is. That's why you hear a lot of the folks that have been around for a minute. What up, Duck Down? A lot of the folks that have been around for a minute, they like, man, fuck that, man. I ain't even doing panels. We kind of addicted though. We can keep going on them and shit like that. But they like, hey, I don't do panels. Folks don't even be wanting to open up panels or any of that shit. People are cool with the numbers dropping and shit like that because it ain't no mess and shit. People are cool with that because they like, look, man, I don't even want that mess and shit to pop off on my shit. But then you try to be interactive. See, that's the thing about, live streams. Like, people about to come up and they about to bypass whatever the fuck your topic is, man. Like, they don't give a fuck what your topic is. This shit's a war zone. And it's really not even just a war zone. It's a petri dish of previous trauma that folks are going to let out in the only social setting that they know, which is YouTube panels. And shout out to the folks that are still able to somewhat thrive in chaos, get your fix and still maintain your fucking life, and the shit ain't really getting you down that bad, because this shit has ruined some people. Like I'm talking about from the inside out. Like these spaces, and I say these spaces plural because it's definitely not just this little soft serve sector and manosphere adjacent sectors that we kind of frequent. You know, it's it's kind of like all these sectors. They kind of all been through that shit. They get consumed with it. You know, even the people that's kind of stuck in like tea gossip and celebrity gossip and shit like that. The people with all of them 100,000 and 100,000 plus subs and shit. You know, they can't help it. They focused on what each other's doing. They done got to the point where they about to just make shit up. You know, they kind of slaves to that AdSense, slaves to that Cash App every fucking day. They about to do that shit, man. And it's fucked up because I know that everybody comes over here, or starts their shit with the intent to do something good. They intend to do something good. They intend to kind of switch up the narrative a little bit. And then we get back to the same old bullshit. And I'm just letting y'all know, man, people, they ain't gonna let you do it. They just not. They not. Shout out to Sheila E, who's in the chat. Like, Sheila, you better tell them, like, we done seen this shit. I remember this was a few years back. Used to go over to Mace's channel and just chill, man. Mace would talk sports, We talk about basketball, football, baseball. Mace even talk about hockey and shit, man. We go over there, man, shit used to pop off over there. And we know Mace ain't confrontational like that. He don't do that shit. How the fuck that shit pop off on his channel? The thumbnail, the topic, the conversation, all sports. How the fuck people just going the fuck off? Nope. People don't give a fuck about that shit you doing. Like, they don't even care, man. And it's not funny, but it is. It is. It's like, for real. And it gets to the point where it's just a dysfunctional family. Like a really dysfunctional family. It's like y'all know what I'm talking about. You just having a little get together for the fam. Ain't nothing but family, maybe a couple of close friends of the family, invited. Ain't nothing but damn, what I'm saying, alcohol, what I'm saying, we got the kids in the pool and shit, flotation devices, what I'm saying, it's chicken grilling, potato salad, all of that shit, everything. Hey, it's all smiles in the beginning. And then next thing you know, shit just pop off. Nieces and nephews get all fucked up, start fighting, Cousins and aunties start cussing each other out and shit. About some old shit. Some old shit. You can cut the tension with a knife. It's the same shit. It's a dysfunctional family, man. So I do pray, and I do pray for the new folks that don't understand, that think that, hey, they're gonna try to do something well, but they still kind of get bogged into that shit. Don't let this shit consume you. Don't allow this shit to be taken personally, because they do this shit to everybody. What up, Bronze? Flat Power God in the building. They do this shit to everybody. You know? And it's tough. It's real tough. And it's just like any other business. Like when you're going through renovations, you got to make a decisions like look, am I going to stay open during the renovation? Like am I going to stay open for business? You know? Or are we going to shut down for renovation? Mm-hmm. And then just show up later, reopen this motherfucker, have a grand reopening, and just have a whole new store. Most people aren't willing to weather that storm and accept the fact that, look, business is either going to, number one, go down while you're renovating your shit, or number two, business is just going to stop altogether while you're renovating your shit. That's why it's important to kind of have a happy medium or just a medium period, because they ain't never going to be fucking happy. But you got to have some kind of happy medium or medium when it comes to balance in your goddamn life. Because if this is all you got, trust me, you fucked. You fucked. I heard somebody say when I was listening to Rude's show earlier, I heard somebody, or I saw somebody typing in the chat, or I think he might even said it too. He might have said it when he was doing his stream. He was like, you expect the older folks to give advice to the younger folks in these spaces. And shout out to Tay Tay, because she just said it straight up, like, fuck come here for motherfucking advice. You out of your fucking mind. Like, you out of your fucking mind. And I gave the best analogy that I could possibly give. If you coming in this space for advice, you might as well go dumpster diving for your next for Thanksgiving dinner. You got a better chance of finding a good meal in a fucking dumpster than you do of getting good advice in these fucking spaces with these fuck ups, and mentally disturbed individuals. Like, real shit. I was going through some analytics the other day, right? And just checking out some shit, checking out some shit for, the regular streams. And I even went back as far as like a few years ago and, checked out the Purge analytics and shit like that. And it's like, I'm like, damn, I actually did a pretty good fucking job. What up, Genesis? I actually did a good job, given the fact that, given the fact that I really don't give a fuck about most of this shit going on. Like, I don't give a fuck about this relationship talk and shit like that. Like, it's stupid. I don't really give a fuck about people's other personal beefs and shit like that. And even the little beefs that I've had on here, like, I don't give a fuck about them people. Like, I don't even care. I know I'm not going to do that shit. And I know I don't even be live that often. Like, I ain't live that often. So, to even be able to grow a channel that has like 6,000 subs, and cracked over 1 million views and shit, over there. And to be able to grow a second channel when I don't even do this shit and really don't care to do the shit no more. Like, seriously. I'll come to y'all and give my little morning rants and my Sunday show, but like it's over. Like there's nothing else to talk about. Like it's stupid. You know, it's just dumb. You know, there's other shit that I personally would like to talk about. Like I have a few different niches. I like talking about sports. I like poker. I like marketing. Like that's kind of like what I do. That's my niche, right? It really doesn't have shit to do with any of the shit that these motherfuckers talk about. You know? So to be able to grow 2 channels in this space when this ain't even what the fuck I even like to do, let alone do on a consistent basis, I'm like, shit, you did a pretty good fucking job. You know? So at that point, you got to realize like there is really very little growth, you know, in these spaces. It just is in the grand scheme of things. It's no fucking growth. You know, I could do a video tomorrow. It might take me about maybe an hour, 2 hours. Yeah, probably about 2 hours to record it, you know, edit it and upload it. And if I hashtag the motherfucker properly and use the right words, this shit would get more views than anything that this space talks about. And I'm talking about, I could do a video about just speculating on where the fuck LeBron James is going to sign. What team is he going to play for? I can talk about the fucking New York Knicks and their championship run, some shit everybody's been talking about for the last 3 weeks. It would literally get more views. You know? I can do some commentary on the shit that went down at the World Series of Poker, which I'm actually going to talk about that today because one of these pasty-faced white boys done got robbed for like $60,000 in cash. And yeah, I'm laughing because he's stupid. You know, got hog tied, duct taped and shit, and then robbed the motherfucking shit. Like I could do a video about that shit. Gonna get fucking 10, 15,000 fucking views. It's a little lazy. It's easier to just hit the live button. What up, Tay? And shout out to Tay, who just came in. I was just talking about like your comment earlier, because you're absolutely right. If people come in to these spaces looking for advice or solutions, like you might as well just dumpster dive for your Thanksgiving fucking dinner. I got you. I got one shot that they caught me. Hold up. I got you right here. There you go, Jen. That's me. I'm in Coconut Creek Casino. You know what I'm saying? Chip leader. They caught me for the vlog. I'm chip leader. I'm playing in the World Series of Poker. You know what I'm saying? At Coconut Creek Casino. You know what I'm saying? A few years ago. I will be back. You know, doing that shit. You know? That's me. I'm guap the fuck up. You know? Guap the fuck up. You know? No. I ended up not winning. No, that's not AI. That's not AI. I don't do AI. You can look it up. It's there. It's somewhere on the fucking internet. You know, whatever. But I don't do AI when it comes to that type of shit. You know? But again, that's not something that's really, it's not something that this space really does, but it's something that I do. It's something that I enjoy doing, you know? And to be honest, When you say like you want to see people in these fucking spaces don't want to see a motherfucker doing shit that makes them no damn money. People want to see mess and drama and people getting cussed the fuck out and people getting knocked the fuck out and shit. And files getting opened up and shit like that. That's the fuck people want to see in these spaces. So if you're not really about that life, this ain't the space for you. What's up, Lurk? We got Lurker in the building too. No. But it's actually just kind of funny because you see the patterns and you see shit just repeat itself, over and over and over and over and over again. And the parties involved don't even realize it's like, oh, bro, you do know this shit done happened before, And we done seen people, fake their deaths. We done seen people have nervous breakdowns, end up committing themselves to mental health facilities and shit because they can't deal with shit. They need the meds that bad, so they do that shit just to get a fucking prescription. It's bad. It's really, really bad. So at the end of the day, like what do you really expect? From most of these folks. Like you expect growth? Every now and then you're going to get a gem or some shit like that because, people have had to live some semblance of life to be able to survive to this point in their lives. But for the most part, you're not going to get anything except fuckery because this space has been predicated on fuckery. Like this shit is built on fuckery. This is the mudsill. Big J was talking this the other day and he's absolutely fucking right. Now, he said that the space was kind of built on hate. I would have to respectfully disagree with that because I don't think that most of these people came in here with the goal of hating each other. That's just kind of what it ended up as. It's the evolution. And now, people are like, well, shit, this is entertaining. It's entertaining. It's entertaining. And yeah, I guess it can be entertaining if you're watching it from a safe distance. But for the folks that are actually in this shit, like the ones that are giving you this content, if that's what you want to call it, they're fucked, man. Like they're fucked. I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. Most of these folks don't have a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of, and if they do, most of the relationships and shit that they've created or have been burdened with cultivating over the course of their lives are fucked. And I feel bad in a way. This is when the diabolical is about to come out. What up, Third Ward? This is when the diabolical is about to come out in me, right? And people ain't gonna like hearing this shit. I kind of feel bad, but then I don't, because I understand that Without pain, there ain't gonna be no fucking gain. You know, people are going to have to go through this bullshit, you know, to realize that it's bullshit. You know, it's like a degenerate fucking gambler. A degenerate gambler usually isn't going to stop until everything is fucking gone. You know, a junkie is not going to stop getting high until they've smoked their whole life away. Smoked, snorted, or popped their whole fucking life away. That's just the way it is. So that's the main reason why you see this shit still going on. You know? Is because the cash apps are still coming. You know, the super chats are still coming. You know, the views and the dopamine is still coming. So people are still kind of living off that shit. Like they haven't lost everything yet. You know? I'm gonna be 100 with y'all. This shit would actually stop, you know, one day when y'all decide to stop. When y'all decide to stop that shit. When y'all just decide to, hey man, I ain't gonna get this shit no more energy. I don't even want to watch this shit, man. You know? I saw so many like smoke streams and beef streams and shit over the last couple of weeks that I just turned away from them shits. Like halfway through, whatever. You know, halfway through, just go and just start watching some old movie reviews and shit. Oh. And even when people tell you like, yo, that's what brings the views, it's like, damn, I feel for you, because what the fuck is in your algorithm? Like, you know, you kind of create your own algorithm, bro. If that's what the fuck is, if that's the only thing in your algorithm, bro, you need help. Like, you need help. You should go see a doctor about that, man. Something ain't right with your brain. Something ain't right with your brain. Like, shit fucked up. Like, you got some shit between your ear. Like, there's some shit going on between your ears, man. You might want to, you know, talk to somebody. You know, that's what Mela said, right? That's Mela's avatar. Yo, maybe you should talk to somebody. Yeah. What up, Smitty? But a lot of this shit, it goes back to, and I called this shit out a long time ago, right? Like a long time ago, before a good portion of y'all even came into this space, because I saw it. It's kind of like what I do for a living. So I'm able to kind of see patterns and understand, you know, industries, how they fail, why they fail, how they pivot, you know, how things change, how things evolve, and sometimes because they don't evolve, you know. And all of this shit stems from having the same conversations about the same shit with the same people every day. The shit becomes boring. The shit becomes boring. You can only do the same stream but so many times, and have the same conversations with the same people on your panel but so many times before some new shit is just going to fucking create itself. Like, it's just going to spawn from that shit. You You know, and even if it's not new shit, it's going to be something different. It's gonna spawn like that. That's just what it is. So if you sit here and you talk about, well, it's the men's fault, but it's the women's fault, but it's this person's fault, but look what he did to me every fucking day. You know, eventually that shit's gonna get so old that the only thing left to talk about is going to be each other. And then after you guys have talked about each other enough, that gets old. Then files need to be opened up. Whether that shit is previous old 2-3 year old fucking streams. What up, Kojak? Shout out to Emperor Kojak in the building. What up? You know, whether that's just bringing up old shit from the past, or is actually delving into somebody's personal life. You know? And then when that shit gets old or it's boring or people can't fucking find all of the salacious shit that they're looking for to turn it into content, people will just start making shit up and spinning fucking narratives and shit. Said this shit a long time ago. Yes, messy too. That's what's gonna happen. You know? And what bugs me out is how folks are still up here like, why? Why it gotta be like that? Motherfucker, because that's how the fuck it is. What the fuck? Why do the hands on a clock rotate clockwise? Why is your heart on the left side of your chest? Like, the fuck, because it is. It's just the way it goes. Well, believe it or not, and I've even said this in multiple other sectors that I done, you know what I'm saying, went in. I see a lot of talent all over the place. And there is an ability for people to be original. It's just it's a fear of doing it because there's a chance that you might lose viewership. No. Trust me, people are more than capable, but it requires a risk. And people don't want to take that risk. It's easier to just do what the fuck you see working or what you've seen work already. But folks don't understand that, yo, the copy is never going to be better than the original. You can only wash, rinse, repeat, talking about race, religion, relationships every fucking day, but so fucking long. Before it's like, fuck, nobody gives a fuck about that shit. I got to do some messy shit. You know? I got to do some messy shit. And that's not true. Believe it or not, that's not true at all. I've watched videos about fucking machinery. Look, I've seen videos of bullfrogs eating roaches that get millions of fucking views, man. I see channels with 300 fucking subscribers that get 10, 15,000 fucking views just doing commentary on the World Series of Poker, you know, and shit going on, you know, in the NBA or the NFL or some shit. You know. I see, I see women get tens of thousands of views from just trying on fucking clothes. So there are a lot of other things that get views. People don't want to do that shit. And you know what? I agree with you, Hood Conservative. Gotta forgive me. I'm wiping down my desk. Getting ready for Monday. Gotta clean the desk. But yeah, now you're absolutely right. People are only entertained by a limited pool of content, but believe it or not, you can't just limit that shit to black folks in general, right? Is these niggas, that don't really want to see shit unless it's some shit, unless it's some fucking mess. Now that's the game. That's the game. And folks are scared, to lose the low level thinkers. And it's cool. I get it. There's a demand for it, so I guess you got to kind of, supply it. But keep in mind, that's one of the reasons why I ain't doing this shit. Like, shout out to Sheila E. What up, Sheila?
Good morning to all the beautiful people on the chat. So what you talking about? What you talking about?
I'm just talking right now. What's good?
Yeah. But I like what you're saying about the videos, because I want to do fashion, and it's just me editing and a lot of stuff. I can't do all that, Mm-hmm. So you got really hard work. It looked easy, but it's not.
No, I mean, yeah, the editing and stuff like that. And of course, if you're going to do videos about fashion, you can't never wear the same thing twice. That's kind of what it is. You can't ever wear the same thing twice. You got to be.
Well, I think I could go a couple of months without wearing the same thing twice.
I'm sure you can.
But yeah, it's just like we all messy to a certain extent here. And I don't know how I wind up in this sector, because I was doing a police advisory committee. I was on it in New York, and I was doing videos for YouTube. And I wind up in this sector, and the first pin I hit was Angry Man, because he was talking about women and stuff. So I'm going back and forth with him in the chat or whatever. And I ain't know nothing about, the sector. And that's how I found out this check through Angry Man channel.
No, and look, I can remember linking up with you and some other folks, and everything was cool. It was cool. It was fun loving. Conversations were cool. I think it was like you, it was Topaz on the panel and stuff like that. But that balance is only going to go but so far. In these spaces. Right. For example, even that panel, I was only on there for a brief amount of time. Last night. But that was a pretty cool topic I thought she had going on.
Wasn't it? It was refreshing. And that's, I'm glad we have new girls coming here, they're camming up and everything. Because the end of the day is, it's not about looks. Because some people don't even have to cam up. Just their personality alone will draw people. I've seen that too. But you can't be talking about people's looks and this and that, and then you ain't camming up. Then you want to show pictures back in 1975, like who was saying. That's why I had said, okay, let's have a 50 and plus challenge, because some of us 50-year-old, we still looking good,
That's not and you know what? That's not a bad idea. I know me,
and that's go for the guys and the ladies.
Well, me and El Nixon was gonna do that a while ago, and kind of just like have like a 40 and up, like not
Right,
just a
right.
fashion show, but just something for the dudes and stuff.
Mhm.
Because you got a lot of these dudes that's 40 plus years old still dressing like they fucking teenagers and shit, and also like they still teenagers in the 90s. It's like, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah. And
Yo,
then
what
you
the
got
fuck?
some guys talking about the
But
woman, they want this side, that side, but you walk around looking like you 9 months pregnant. I mean, like, come on.
but that was the point. Like, okay, so like Candy had her stream was about why athletes get to a certain point
Mhm.
and they don't really want to quit, like they never want to quit. Um, and notice what it still pivoted to. It still pivoted to folks talking about relationships and shit like that. So, I mean,
Right.
what does that tell you? I think it tells us that people got some I'm not gonna say trauma, but it's definitely something that's in the back of their mind that they can't really get rid of. And I'm just like, look, if relationships are your biggest concern, don't get on a fucking YouTube panel on Saturday night. Go the fuck outside. Like go
Yeah, that's
outside,
what I'm
go
saying.
hit a party, shit, throw a party, invite some people over, have the
Mhm.
people you invite over to invite some other people over, have some fun, refuse to live stream it, but that's impossible for these folks.
It's like, you know what? It's like a lot of rejects found somewhere where they can get attention and recognized. And that's what I'm finding. If you look in a certain sector, it's a lot of rejects. And they get all the numbers and stuff, whatever. They ain't gonna cam up. They're gonna talk about everybody. They got their little cliques. They don't like this one. They don't even know certain ones. I mean, that's how I went a couple of years with me. A lot of people I ain't even know. They ain't like me because they was this clique or whatever. Like I said, I'm a beast all by myself. I don't have to. I like who I like, but I don't have to be with nobody. When it's come to fight, I fight 4 or 5 people on the piano. Been there, done that.
Mm.
Don't want to do it, but you know what I'm saying? They try to take your kindness for weakness. I'm telling you.
But that's gonna happen, right? Like I came to that
Mhm.
conclusion. It's the internet, so it's almost like trying to fight the zombie apocalypse. It's just too many of them. Like there's
Mhm.
no firearm on Earth that's gonna give you enough fucking ammo to be able to shoot each one of these motherfuckers in the head. Like you're going to run out of ammo eventually. So look, at some point you gotta move on. You gotta move on. You gotta move around and shit like that. So that's not a
Yeah.
bad idea that you had as
Yeah,
far as
I definitely because the end of the day is um you got some of us older women. Shoot, I'll be 59 in 2 more months.
mhm.
You know,
But the
so
thing is,
we had kept.
even
Go
if
ahead.
even if you do a
Mhm.
50 up challenge, like how is
Mhm.
that going to be done without, like, I think somebody that's 50 or up has to host that. It's going to be tough
Yeah,
for
yeah.
somebody that's
Mhm.
35, 40 years old to be able to host a 50 and up
Mhm.
challenge. So that I guess that one's on
And
you.
keep it
You
casual.
feel
We're
me?
gonna keep it simple, casual, or whatever. Because I learned, my age, a lot of them saying, "Oh, I can't wear heels and this and that." Okay, we're gonna keep it the challenge, casual. You know, keep it simple, whatever. My simple probably dress up the other people's simple. You know, so but let's keep it casual. We ain't talking about no ballroom dress and all this and breaking out your minks, your furs. Let's keep it just simple.
You
A
know damn well you
casual
always
50
bringing out your
challenge.
motherfucking minks and furs and shit. You know you
Yeah,
gonna
that's what
do
I'm
it.
saying. We don't have to do all that. Just keep it simple.
Look, hey, I love Sheila E, y'all, but Sheila E is full of shit right now. Sheila E will bring out minks and furs for a shoe competition. She's supposed to be showing
No,
off the
because if
shoes,
you if you
and
if
she
you in
bringing out
if you
minks
in a
and
shoe
furs.
competition, you got. I want to see how the whole outfit look with those shoes. That's just me. When I buy shoes, because I have a shoe room, I just had to that shoe go with a certain outfit. Each outfit I have my shoes go with.
But I mean, look, you even know how it is. You can try to be on something positive,
Mm-hmm.
or even just something that's not going to spill into tomorrow. Something that everybody have a
Right,
little bit of fun. You know what
right.
I'm saying? You play a little music, whatever, and then
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow's a new day. People ain't having that shit. You you about to get into some shit just for doing that. Like that.
They
That's
keep on
what it
bringing
is.
up the past and this and that or whatever. People having heart attacks, going to hospital and stuff over this stuff. Some people, older people, don't let that blood pressure your blood pressure get you up and go wind up in the hospital and over YouTube. Hello.
Yeah, I'm still here. You can't hear me?
No, I'm saying that to be smart.
Nah, but I mean, that would be nice, but you gotta also understand. Like, I guess we gotta read the room. This shit ain't never gonna stop. Over here. Like it's just
not.
It's really not.
It's
so
not.
I mean I got a couple channels. I'm still kind of trying to do something to keep it going. But I don't give a fuck about this shit. Like,
I've been stopped that. I'd be over there at B-Sect. I stopped that years ago, caring about what people say on. You don't bother me, I don't bother you. You come for me, then I'm gonna come for you. That's how it is. And some people, I don't care what people say, whatever. No, no. I let a lot of people slide for saying little slick stuff. Now, don't say nothing smart to me, and I won't say nothing smart to you. Because if I catch you on a panel saying something slick, anybody say my name on a panel, I'm gonna get on that panel. Only way I ain't getting on that panel if I'm not around. If I'm a day late, that's it. You got me on that one. But you can't get on another panel and talk about me.
Every now and then, I'll pull up when I hear it because, I hear my name get mentioned. I'm like, I really don't. Like, I just don't. It doesn't even matter. Like, it's like you're a little deeper than I am as far as the space goes. What the fuck is the purpose? Like, what's the purpose? Like I said, this is a dysfunctional family. I'll see y'all next year for Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, maybe Christmas or some shit, and that's it. We about to go about our lives. That's it.
Well, this is my entertainment when I'm here by myself. When I'm not in New York or North Carolina or Georgia, I'm here right here in the mountains in West Virginia. And I just got a couple more days and y'all ain't gonna see me for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So
there you go.
Only time you see me, let's keep it real, when I'm here by myself. At the house, at the condo. Other than that, look, I even had to get a background in Miami of New York.
Is that the old New York? You still got the towers up?
Downtown. Oh, you yeah, it's downtown.
Yeah, I mean, New York's a little rough right now because it's tough to breathe the air right now. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? New York got that Canadian that Canadian.
Yeah, it's not like it used to be. When I used to get my tailor-made furs and leathers and stuff, they moved to Manhattan. They was started in the Bronx. His dad, he passed away. A lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of Latinos took over the Bronx now. And Dominicans.
Yeah.
I like Manhattan. But anyway, Ian, you know
Brooklyn
what?
Too.
I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. You ain't been going on the dark side. You ain't been acting up. You ain't been on your soapbox talking junk. You've been cool, calm, collected. Excuse me?
I got shit to do. I got shit to do.
Okay.
I had a job. I had a job.
Okay, yeah.
I had a job and I had bills to pay. I got a job, I got bills to pay, and hell, I'm getting old too. So
yeah, that's all. I'm getting at I'm gonna give me something. That's all. I'm not gonna be on here no more. Because you retire and shopping getting played out, traveling getting played out. So yeah. I'm making an impact on people.
Nothing wrong with traveling. I'm pretty sure it's some places you haven't gone though. The world is a big place.
A lot of places. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel bad for a lot of these folks, but at the same time, I really don't, because at the end of the day, we choose to cut this shit on.
We messy too. you know, I can't see the chat because I'm on my phone, but we all messy to a certain extent. But me like this, I keep it on YouTube because I don't want to affect nobody real life. I don't want to do that because I don't do that in real life. In real life, I mentor. So I don't really want to go after nobody in real, you know, on YouTube doxing and all that stuff. No. Talking about dead relatives, people, kids, and this and that. I mean, come on.
I mean, these people be leaving themselves open to this shit though. You know? They leave themselves open. They bring it up, you know, in every conversation. And then when somebody uses it against them because they know it's gonna strike a nerve, now all of a sudden they done been hit with a low blow. I'm like, look, that's just the game. You know? That's the game.
You know,
and if you don't play the game, get off the court, get off the field. That's all I'm saying. Ain't nothing wrong. Look, when people come on here and they're like, look, I haven't seen this one in a while. I haven't seen that one in a while. I hope they're all right. You can guarantee they are all right. That's when I know folks are doing well in life, is when the fuck you don't see them on here.
That's why I'm glad I gave Beasley his flowers before he died. I said, you know, because you know he was a troll's other troll.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, that's a shame the way he went out. You know, like you went out with this shit on your brain. That's fucked up.
He was because before he went out, he was over at the B sector talking junk. Cause they blocked him from being over there. He couldn't get on nobody's panel and stuff or whatever. So yeah.
Did somebody have to pay to get rid of him, or they just blocked him free of charge?
Right.
No, they just blocked his ass free of charge. You know.
But I'm gonna see how all this gonna play out with the new people and stuff. You know.
I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna play out, Sheila.
I already know how it's gonna play out.
Some are gonna have nervous breakdowns. Some are just going to lose their fucking channels. It's going to play out just like it did with the old folks, because eventually the new folks are about to be old folks. And then what's going to happen is some new folks that you don't even know of are going to come in and take their shit.
Right. They're going to have this like and
it's going to keep on repeating itself, just like I put in the damn title. You know?
That's why I shut mine down, and because mine is going in the beat sector, all that stuff, and then I was making pretty good money too when I got monetized. I shut that down. I was like, all money ain't good money, you know.
Lurk said, she said, I would hate to be remembered as an overweight, homeless, yet somehow rich troll. Yeah.
Who said that?
That's what Lurker said. That's what I'm saying.
But you know what? That's who gave me tough skin of trolls, man. I mean, they used to give me Baller X used to give me all the time. Him, and I had a couple of trolls in the B sector. I mean, they'd be on me and stuff. I'm like, oh man. I
mean, look, these are spaces full of trolls. Like that. That's what it is. You really can't. You got to be able to laugh at this shit. You know, walk off. You know, whatever. You know, cut it off. Get back to it when you want to get back to it. You know, I feel for the folks that either got to sit their asses in the clouds or sit here and plan, you know, tonight's stream or reaction or retaliation because of what somebody said.
Yeah, because there's some people like this all they have. You got some people did business. Once they click off, that's it. But it still affect you, the comments and stuff like that. But you got some people, that's what they do all day long. They be on YouTube. It's their life. They don't even go out. Some just probably go to work, come, do what you got to do, and be on YouTube. And I think majority of people doing all that, not even working, probably retire or whatever.
Nah,
because there's a lot of older people too.
These people getting a crazy. Hey, keep it real. These people living off a crazy check. They get a crazy check from the goddamn government. You know, they get a crazy check from the government, which keeps a roof over their damn head. So they're able to sit here every damn day and plunge into the filth.
We pay from our taxes.
Yeah, they're able to plunge into the filth, you know, on a daily basis. You know, so look, if folks like it, I love it. knock yourselves out, have fun, but it makes sense, do this shit in moderation. It's just I don't think other people or most of these people understand how it affects, the people that they're either reviewing or making comments on, in the chat, or just going back and forth. Like these people are really dying inside.
And live roasting. I don't like that live roasting. I really don't.
Well, don't get me wrong. Like I can go there, but at some point, like I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna stop because like that shit, it's draining.
Well, now you know what I came to the conclusion when I started arguing with somebody ain't had no front teeth, and I was like, Sheila, what the hell you doing? Arguing with a female ain't got no front teeth in her mouth. You can't make this stuff up.
A lot of folks that don't have no front teeth in their motherfucking mouth out here.
You can't make this stuff up.
It's a lot of folks that either don't have any front teeth because them shits just fell out. They don't fucking brush. They don't brush, floss, rinse, none of that shit. Or let's keep it real, they just smoke too much fucking meth. So they lost their goddamn teeth. I'm gonna keep it 100. These people are on.
Then you got some got false teeth, and it doesn't matter. Take care of yourself. You can't be sitting up here trying to talk about somebody. Your house dirty, you live in foul, and this and that. Just keep yourself up. That's all. Take care of you. You're a grandmother, whatever. Take care. Do something with your grandkids.
For real. You do something with your grandkids. Help a lot of these motherfuckers. Hey, make some babies so that way your babies can eventually make some damn babies.
Now that's the part. I'm glad you said that because that's the part I don't understand. Like my oldest daughter, she got 2, and my youngest daughter don't. She a truck driver. The youngest one, she got her own business, whatever. She ready to get married, but they don't even have time to be on social media because taking care of your kids by the time they go to school, you got to do their homework, you got to cook, you got to clean house, you got to take care of your husband, stuff like you don't have time to be sitting on here arguing with people when you got stuff going on in real life.
Nah, you don't. But most of these folks don't have anything going. This is real life to a lot of them. That's why I'm like, look. And I used to be like, look, and I get it. I understood what was up. I'm like, if you spending all of this time, whatever, I'll toss a little 10, a little 20 here and there. You know what I'm saying? A 30 or a 50. But now it's like, fuck out of here, man.
But you could do, a lot of things y'all guys could do, us females can't do. Now let's keep it real.
And vice versa. Vice versa. In these spaces, I would have to say both the women and the men kind of need each other. They do. Like let's just keep it real. And I always said that. The dudes, we can come up here, either not get on camera, or come on camera and wear a fucking white t-shirt. I have a white t-shirt. A non-fucking, non-groomed properly beard and shit, and our content can kind of go, but y'all can just take off. Like y'all can take off. Y'all can get 40,000, 50,000, 100,000 subs just by coming up looking good. Coming up looking good and doing that content.
That's why I got a lot of my views from doing going to my closet, messing with my clothes.
But let's keep it real.
I'll get a lot of weirdos too.
Let's keep it real though, Sheila. One of the reasons why a lot of these women's spaces don't even like happen. Like they don't even happen. Y'all women don't I don't work together very well.
I'm gonna be honest. Here on social media, I see that, but in real life, that's what I'm saying. I really have a sisterhood in real life. We do. Yeah.
Well, and then there's nothing wrong with that. See, when I did the Sisterhood Ain't Shit series, but a lot of people got that shit twisted.
Yeah, because I had a lot of women say they don't believe in the sisterhood and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, when my friend got divorced and I got that call, I mean, and I was going back to New York after my divorce, and then we was there really supporting her. I mean,
But
she was
notice
sitting.
you said your homegirls, like those
Mhm.
are actual friends.
Yeah.
But when you got groups of people on the internet that try to link up just for the mere fact that they're just women in general, or even dudes that try to link up just because, oh, we're men, fuck out of here. That does not work. That does not work. You got to have something, you got to have a little bit more in common than just your gender in order for shit to work. Because if you're gonna link up with people just because they're a man, or just because they're a black man, or link up with women just because they're women, or just because they're black women or whatever, that's when all the fighting and shit happens because y'all ain't really got nothing in common.
Yeah. What about
Yeah.
like you? You said membership. Yeah, you come into my membership or whatever, and I teach you how to edit and stuff like that. That's something in common. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's teaching people whatever. I don't know. I got to do with Google because it won't let me cash app and do nothing. So I have to really ask one of my girls, how do I go into that? Because it won't let me get cash apps or nothing.
I was going through that for a little bit a while ago. I
Hmm.
was able to still cash app, but for whatever reason, it wasn't letting me super chat. I don't know
Yeah,
what
super
the hell
chat.
was
I
going
can't
on,
do none of that. None of
or
that.
it wasn't letting me send like super chats from my laptop or my desktop, but it was letting me do it from my phone. It was fucking weird, you know.
I'm gonna try it from my. Cause I always try it from my phone. I'm gonna try it through my laptop and see what it do.
Just like Lurk
Cause it
said, she
won't.
said I enjoy going live, but I just can't
Mhm.
do it every day. Even when I make money doing it, it drains
Mhm.
my energy quickly. Facts, you know. But I'm just saying for the desperate, they can do this shit all day, every fucking day. For the
It's like a
desperate
high.
and
It's like a
the
high.
dopamine addicted, yeah. For
Mhm.
the desperate and the dopamine addicted, there ain't nothing else that they can do every day, all day, every fucking day. And it's like, yo, get you a fucking hobby or something. Get you a hobby, you know. Like and hobbies can go in many forms. You know what I'm saying? Go cook some shit. You know, go doll up. You know, give yourself a makeover or some shit. Um, call some
It's
friends you ain't
sad though.
talked to in a
It's
while.
sad.
You know,
It's sad.
like for real. Call some friends you ain't talked to in a while. Go
Mhm.
get your fucking car washed or some shit. Go you know, there's a bunch of shit you can do, but folks make it seem like this
You
is
should
the
be
only
doing that
thing that
anyway.
exists.
But the stuff you saying, you should be doing that anyway.
Well, I'm for a lot of these people that'll make a good start. Do something, you know,
Mhm.
do something, a little organization, you know, get some organization in your fucking life. Um, Clean out your refrigerator, replace it with nothing but decent, healthy food. Do some meal prep or some shit, you know, whatever. You know, there's a bunch of
Go
different
work
things that
out
you
to the
can do.
gym and or whatever. You know.
Yeah, it's tough.
Mhm.
I mean, look, I'm so
It's
backed
not.
up.
It ain't tough. It's just very simple and just people want to do what they want to do. They just want to be so negative. Hurt people. Hurt people. That's what it's all about.
I'm just saying, I'm so backed up with fucking content and shit, and I'm never gonna get around to all this shit, and I know it. Like I know it.
Well, Big J, where you at, Big J? He was saying he gonna open up the vault. He gonna bring out some old videos and stuff. I get a kick out of him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, he can't look. I've got all types of old video. What up, Melanated Jim? Shout out to Melanated Jim. Um, I it's just this shit ain't never gonna end. You know, unless folks decide to end it. You know, as long as we keep supporting bullshit, like that's we're gonna get bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch and listen. Mind my little business, and um, that's all I'm gonna do.
You think?
That's all. That's all I'm gonna try. So I'm great. Go back in the chat, and how long you gonna be on for?
I don't know. I actually wanted to bring something up. Hold up. Let me find this shit here. And I wanted to see what you had to think about it because somebody sent me a video yesterday about hold up. It was about somebody that kind of they took up a collection. It was like a
Mhm.
GoFundMe or a Give Send Go, and they got $50,000 from people. Took up $50,000 just to
Is somebody we know in the space or something?
nah, but she was in a bad relationship or an abusive relationship or something like that, and she was able to raise $50,000 to
Hey,
get
I ain't
out of
mad
it.
at him.
Nah, hey, she got the money and then just went right back to old boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of people do that. They do that. Like and she must be a good content creator. She must have money because you have subs who really take care the people they support. That's why I said at the end of the day is I'm not mad at nobody to make their money here. You know, but don't block nobody else trying to make their money. Because some people they support other people, but then when they go live, nobody support them. You know.
Yeah. I mean, but
It's a lot of that, and it's a lot of that in the sector. Everybody got their little cliques or whatever, and you got faithful ones who go live and they support everybody else, but you never see the people they support in their live when they go live or they chat.
yeah, but so support comes in many forms, and I mean, people don't want to admit that. Look, people don't
Yeah,
fuck
the
with each other like
financial
that.
clique.
Nah, people just don't fuck with each other like that. Um, and I'm like, look, I mean, that's cool. Um, I mean, look,
So they see that as a business then.
if I
If
needed this
it's like
to
that.
pay my bills, I'd be a broke motherfucker without his bills paid.
Hmm.
Like that. That's just kind of what it is. So, you know,
And I know you get a lot of numbers when you do the purge. I know you
yeah.
get a lot of numbers.
Or if I just want to do some mess, if I want to put a bunch of other YouTubers, images in my thumbnail, you know,
Hmm.
images in my thumbnails, and review a bunch of fucking mess going on in the spaces and shit, um, those numbers would spike. They would jump.
Hmm.
Analytics say so. I've gone back to just old streams, and like I said, I was looking at some of that shit, and shit pops the fuck off. I'm not doing that shit. Like I'm just not. It doesn't make sense. Like
So
every
you talking
now and
about
then I
going down
might.
memory lane? Let's go down memory lane.
No, even if I wanted to
Let's.
start some new shit, I could. But what the hell is the purpose in keeping the same old shit going? It doesn't make sense, you know.
Yeah, so that
But
means your heart is not really into that. Then you're
nah,
not really into it.
it's
Because
not.
people who really, really into that, they go there. They go there. Believe me, they go there. And that's a good thing. You know that you could balance it out between reality and social media. Because some people don't have no balance.
I mean,
They take everything so personal.
like I said again, I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny. Um, oh, let me
At
bring this
first,
shit
I
up.
didn't. I took it personal. At first, I didn't.
No, I did too. I
Hmm.
did too. Hold up, I think what I got somebody backstage. Oh no, I don't. Hold up, let me bring this shit up right here. Now, what you think about this right here? All right, this shit is titled "The Religious Baby Mama."
But you don't owe me loyalty. You owe God loyalty. And I am saving you from the karma that you're about to get. Okay? I need you to get all your things.
Okay, y'all. I'm finna put my pride to the side and be honest. Your girl is broke again. Yep. After the GoFundMe hit $50,000, I was not ready to deal with the shame of being a single mom, so I took that man back. But y'all already knew that part because I posted that video. And see, the problem is you think about getting cracked, but you need to be cracking open that Bible.
But I just wanted to come on here and tell y'all to stop disobeying God. I remember the first time God told me to leave this man alone. But I didn't want to humble myself and move back in with my mother. I wish so bad that I humbled myself and moved back in with her. Because I could have saved myself from so much warfare. I could have saved myself from losing myself. I could have saved God was trying to save me.
You might be thinking to yourself, who is this gentle child of the Lord? Who is this young lady with a baby in her lap that's crying and saying, y'all got to listen? Oh, y'all got to listen. This is just a young lady who had a GoFundMe set up. Yeah, she had a GoFundMe set up. Now, Hannah says, help us gain freedom with reliable transportation because she does not feel that she could provide it herself. After finally obeying God and letting go of my toxic relationship, I'm finally ready to be free. It starts with reliable transportation. Nothing fancy, not a Beamer, Benz, or Bentley, just something to get me and my kids from point A to point B. My daughter has autism and she needs to be dropped off and picked up from ABA therapy through the week. I can't ask my son's father. I can't ask my daughter's father because I chose not to ask her. I chose not to ask him. I chose to come to the internet. My 4-month-old son also has doctor's appointments and I would like to go to the store instead of DoorDash all the time. Because who want to keep on DoorDash? You know, they got a lot of extra fees and things like that I just don't approve of. And I'm like, dang, all I needed was some Pampers. Y'all want to charge me on the Pampers? Y'all already charging me a tax. In case of emergency, I don't want to have to worry about strapping 2 car seats in an Uber. You know, I already want to have the Uber. Anyway, I want to be finished with this relationship. And I don't want to be codependent on this man anymore. I don't want to be sucked back into the cycle of manipulation and toxicity. I want to finally be free. So anything else? Thank you so much.
Yes, Tay. 50K, 50,000. She raised 50,000 and went back to that nigga anyway.
That's also there are consequences in our life when we do things, but what the Bible says, you have not because you ask not. So she was like, let me ask. But at the end of the day, it's not funny because I feel bad for those kids, you know? And it's a lot of people like her out here like that. Y'all just don't see it. And she went right back to the guy. So it probably was a plan anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, how can right you live with someone who can't help you with your kids and stuff? Can't provide, transportation and stuff, you know?
But look, I'm like, y'all supposed to be leery of that type of shit anyway, right? Y'all are supposed to be leery of it because somebody that's that fucked up shouldn't have time to come on the internet and talk about it. You're supposed to be too busy getting your life together. So that alone,
there's a lot of help out there too. It's a lot of help. They got daycare and all that stuff out there for them or whatever. They could go to school now and the government pay for it. So it's a lot of help for people out there who really want it or whatever. But what I see here on social media, you could click on and beg, and a lot of people just donate. I see that. No, I'm serious. I see that a lot. Oh, so, God.
Hey, you said it's easier for us men. I don't know if we can just pick up 50,000 like that. You know, listen to this.
Y'all make more money than a woman. Y'all content.
Your girl is broke again. Yep, after the GoFundMe hit $50,000, I was not ready to deal with the shame of being a single mom, so I took that man back. But y'all already knew that part because I posted that video. But what y'all didn't know is he manipulated me out of $1,000 before I was actually ready to lay.
I'd rather be a single mom over and over again. Rather respect yourself, though. Let's talk about it. These people gave you over $51,000 in GoFundMe money, honey. And the first thing you did when you got a hold of it was tell that man, oh, look, I got some money. Come back. I can trick on you. People that work hard for their money. Do you know how many people in real life could use money like that to change their life, to escape real domestic situations? You see, the problem is ain't no shame no more. Remember when you was little, you stole a piece of candy, your mama take you back to that store and telling you stole that candy and pay for it? You ain't still again because you felt bad. You felt a little embarrassed. And while I don't believe it's our job to embarrass or make nobody feel bad, I do believe it's our job to help hold people accountable. Because, baby, what was wrong with you? Legit. Who are you, darling? Who are you? A liar, a deceiver, a heartbreaker. We were all rooting for you. They online talking about that man married and everything. Come on, he manipulated me. Girl, he been manipulating you. That's why they gave you the money to begin with. Shame on you, for real. Because them people was really trying to help you. Cousins, what y'all think about this?
Let me get down. Get on the panel so you could talk to and I know she typing, so have her input on it.
Yeah. I mean, that's
she
what it is.
She always had good point of views on stuff.
50,000 in the GoFundMe scam.
I'll be back up. Let me go do something right quick, man.
All right. What's up, M Mills? Appreciate that. Now, Tay just mentioned the Umar Johnson and that. Keep in mind, Umar Johnson was running a Ponzi scheme. Like, for dudes to come up with 50,000, we gotta lie and tell y'all we building some shit. we gotta tell y'all it's for a fucking certain purpose or some shit like that. Like, I don't think Umar got that money out of sympathy, pretty much. Now, granted, a scam is still a scam, regardless. So I'm not gonna diminish the level of Umar's scam, because it's still a fucking scam. But at the same time, 50. She got 50,000. Like, look at this shit. This shit said my daughter has autism and she needs to be dropped off and picked up from ABA therapy through the week. My 4-month-old son also has doctor's appointments, and I would like to go to the store instead of DoorDash all the time. In case of emergency, I don't want to have to worry about strapping 2 car seats in the Uber. I want to be finished with this relationship, and I don't want to be codependent on this man anymore. I don't want to be sucked back into this cycle of manipulation and toxicity. I want to finally be free, so anything helps. Thank you so much to everyone who has reached out trying to support me and my children. I love y'all, and it warms my heart to know that we are not alone. See, in situations like that, I believe it would be best to remind people like this that, bitch, you are alone. You are alone. You in a world by your goddamn self. We ain't fucked up like you. You fucked up like yourself by yourself. And if you want to fix it, the only way you can fix it is by yourself. You put yourself in this position, so you're going to have to get yourself out of it. That's humbling. That's humbling. And that'll actually build some character. Because that's one of the reasons why she was able to go right back to that motherfucker, is because there wasn't no consequences for staying there. There wasn't no consequences for staying there, and there really wasn't no reward for leaving. Just that bad situation alone put $50,000 into her account. So why wouldn't she just create more bad situations? You're rewarding bad behavior. From a parenting perspective, this is how you create spoiled fucking brats. When every time they fuck up, you just give them some extra money. You buy them some new video games or some shit. Oh, you got another F on your report card? Cool. I'll give you a fucking $200 for every F you get. Why wouldn't the kid bring in straight Fs? We ain't giving you shit for A's, but we gonna give you $200 for every F you get.
To everyone who has reached out trying to support me and my chi right here, I love y'all. And it warms my heart to know that we are not alone. Now, this was May 2nd, created May 2nd. If you ever want to scroll all the way down and report the fundraiser, you absolutely.
May 2nd. It is now July the 19th. She raised $50,000 in like a month. A month.
Absolutely can. I'm gonna get through this real quick too. So if for some reason we believe that they are misusing the funds, all we got to do is go in here, submit a claim, tell us why you believe your donation is being misused, and don't you guys worry, I'll make sure that we have evidence. And now we're back at the top. At this point, Hannah is trying to tell us more about how her relationship with God is teaching her how to take the mask off of the man that she thought was.
Yeah. Baby daddy got new Jordans. Baby daddy got new Jordans. That motherfucker was able to pick up a pack. A pack. Ain't no flipping. Niggas just gonna smoke that shit. You know? That's what I'm saying. The sympathy scam. Damn shame, man.
The love of her life. Let's listen in.
Y'all just stop disobeying God. I remember the first time God told me to leave this man alone. But I didn't want to humble myself and move back in with my mother.
I'm interpreting this in the spirit. Her mother would not allow him and lay up in her house. Stay with us.
I wish so bad that I humbled myself and moved back in with her. Because I could have saved from so much warfare. I could have saved myself from losing myself. I could have saved myself. God was trying to save me.
Okay. I'm picking it up again. What she's saying is, if I would have went ahead and moved in with my mama and stopped trying to chase that man, I would have been in a better position because he was still doing this warfare, not disobedience. Not if I'm gonna go back with my mama's house, I'm just walking blind in love. Not that. No. Not that. Something else. Okay.
Because God knows the capability of people, and we only know what people show us.
Talk about it.
People put on a mask, but what's really behind it till it starts slipping. And we as women, sometimes not even just women.
Got him. Lurk, that's where she got him. We as women. Now, this is when they get mad at me because I call it out. I'm like, look, man, I know plenty of women that ain't dumb as a fucking box of rocks and dumb enough to fall for this shit. I know plenty of fucking women. They wouldn't even get involved in this shit in the first place. So don't make it seem like stupidity is just a womanly fucking trait. Because it's not. Like, it's fucking not. You know? Like, stop it. You know? But Tay is right. That whole we as women, yep. That's how they get you. They prey on you. You know? So it's like, yo, y'all can't fall for this shit. And that's why they gonna call, hey, Tay, you know how it is. That's why a motherfucker gonna call you, hey, when you ain't buying that we as women fuck shit, oh, you male identified. You a pick me. What else they call you? You a mammy. You a mammy. Why don't you support the women's? It's like, you know, and I'm gonna speak for the women that actually have a working brain between their ears right now. Y'all can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all like, hey, y'all do support women. Y'all just don't support stupidity and scams because you understand that shit like that actually creates more harm than good. Like that shit don't solve no problems. Like you gotta tell somebody like that, look, I hope things work out for you. I'm sorry to hear that shit. But right now, yeah, you are alone. That's how it is. That's life. When you make bad decisions, you got to deal with the consequences and repercussions from them decisions. But don't worry, you'll get through it. You tougher than that. Boom. That's it. And then you go about your business and live your goddamn life. Keep your money in your pocket. For real. Go buy yourself a fucking bag or some shit.
People
okay, I was gonna say
sometimes the mask will keep stay around so they don't need it anymore, and you want them to put it back on so bad.
Get offline. Ooh, I hate when girls get to crying like this just because the nigga don't want to mess with them no more. All of a sudden, God, why? Why? Why hast thou forsaken me? it. Ah! He didn't on your feelings. Never let somebody come in and out feeling like this, looking stupid, crying like this in front of her kids. So she got kids to take care of, and she's sitting up here howling. You could tell the baby used to this because the baby's in there. Here we go, another Tuesday. Him on the line. She's just enough Krishan, in my opinion. And then she talked about mask off, but the Lord showed you who he was and told you not to mess with him. So basically you chose to continue to mess with him, make bad decisions. And she's coming online to try to give us a testimony, but you're still in the journey. You're still in the turmoil. We don't want to hear this.
Please stop disobeying God. Please, y'all. Please stop disobeying God.
Mind you, this is before she gave him that $50,000 that we've been seeing on our timeline.
Hey, and according to the woman doing commentary right here, shout out to her, she said, hey, she gave that nigga the whole 50K. She gave him the whole plate. The whole plate. The whole plate. They sent her that bread to get away from that nigga, and she gave him the whole damn plate. What's up, Mahogany? We is women! So give me some money so I can get that shit right to this nigga that done fucked my life up. Like, come on, that's what y'all say. And to be real, that's what y'all supposed to do. Y'all supposed to just laugh at that motherfucker, man. But to be honest, that's one of the reasons why you really not supposed to get involved in shit that's going on between two other people when it comes to their relationship. You're not supposed to get into shit with a man and his wife, man and his girlfriend, whatever. Because more often than not, they just gonna end up right the fuck back together any goddamn way. You know, that's what it is.
I don't even know my starting point, how crushed I am. I don't even, I'm literally just laying in my room and it's like,
pull your bonnet down.
So man, because he be trying to save us from our...
Nah, she can't pull, she like pull your bonnet down. She can't pull the motherfucking bonnet down. Nah. You know? You gotta have the whole damn look. I'm talking about fucked up hair. All of that shit. Ain't even no reason to have a bonnet on right now. Your hair is fucked up underneath the bonnet. Ain't the bonnet supposed to be there to keep your hair straight? Like to keep your hair tight? What up, man? The bonnet's supposed to be there to keep your hair tight while you sleep or while you just walking around the house and doing shit. Nah, her shit how the fuck your shit fucked up underneath the bonnet? Nah, that's all part of the act. That's part of the act.
Foolishness, but we pick our own way. Stop picking your own way because God already sees ahead of time where it's gonna be. God already sees what they gonna do to you. God already sees how they gonna crush you. God already sees how they.
Like she done said all of the trigger words, all of the sympathetic trigger words. We as women, God, you know, just like the pastor at your church, God is good. God is good. Now fill that plate up. And I'll show y'all how good God is. You're gonna see how good God is, because God is going to speak to you through that new Bentley, that new Cadillac that I'm pulling up to the church and the congregation with next week. God is good.
Disappoint you. God already sees because God already knows.
She too old to be saying this now. I can't believe that the Lord showed me exactly who he was, and then he said this is who he was. So y'all don't do it, okay? Because I did it.
Yeah, the Lord showed you who he was and showed you what your purpose was. The Lord showed you that nigga was broken in a motherfucker, you know, and your purpose was to help that nigga to not be broke. So you went out and you got 50 grand and you made sure you gave it to that nigga. So now your purpose is fulfilled and he ain't broke no more. God is good.
This is not her trying to minister to young ladies who might be in the situation because there's no solution. This is her trauma dumping using religious language and she needs people in her, hey, God's got you, because her mama done told her about the man, her friends done told her about the man, everybody done told her about this dude, and she still chose him. So now she coming up here with this, oh, I'm underneath the shield of God, I'm underneath the wings of God, I've made bad decisions, everyone please support me, and also say some really nice things in the comments, because everybody else is saying like they already knew that he wasn't worth nothing, but I didn't want to listen to it, and I ain't gonna tell y'all the parts that really
that nigga worth 50K. That nigga used to be worth nothing. Now that nigga worth 50,000.
you know, he wasn't the one for me, because then it'll sound like I'm not under the guise of God. So, oh God.
It was their heart. You don't. You just see a mess.
But God told you.
So much. Sincerely, DPS, we're not alone. If you
Okay, so I know I ain't posting nothing in a week, but that's
Look at that shit. Hey, hold on. I got to spend that shit back. I got to spend that back. You saw what she made sure she laid that baby down on. Hold up. Look at this shit. She laid the baby down on a damn rug. Look at this. The white Jesus rug. You know, got that white Jesus rug. You know, oh damn, God is good.
Figure out this healing. And honestly, I think the first step was accepted. I accepted the fact that I'm a single mom. I accepted the fact that me being obedient to God and leaving that man alone for good was only the beginning.
She said, also noticed once you leave them alone for good, they take it out on the kids. That signals that her be with her, stay with her. She thought to herself, if I give you a baby, then you'll stay in a relationship with me. Men who want to be fathers are going to show and tell you and speak with you very honestly about how they want to be fathers and they want to be married. They want to have a family. You should never have a kid and then be like, now are you ready to be a dad? Are you ready to be a family with me? She sound like Nevaeh. Stupid. He probably already been done showing her he didn't want these kids. I want them bills. He probably already, I'm telling y'all, you don't even know a person until you have kids by them. Then all of a sudden they don't want the kids. Excuse me? Shoot, you won't marry me. You might get me once. You for damn sure ain't gonna get me no twice with a baby. No, heck no. She should have knew this before.
First of all, 23 with a double stroller is crazy work. Being a single mom, even crazy. This piece was playing, but the whole single mama part definitely was. I mean, but that's what happens when you rush your life.
She's 23.
I had kids before.
Girl, you don't need to be on here giving nobody advice. You ain't got none to give until you over 30 and you done figured out how to get your kids to and from school on your own. You done figured out how to have your own money, how to make your own money, how to pay for bills and how to run your own stuff and not go on the internet and ask for people for help for your kids that you decided to have with a bum. Until you figured that out, don't be coming on here telling us when it comes to God, please be obedient. You be obedient for a time first. You understand? You develop a history of being obedient. Don't be coming on here like this. Now all of a sudden, now I gotta get my kids something to eat. I don't even know. Why are you at McDonald's feeding them children? Huh? You ain't got no job. So why ain't you learning how to make McDonald's at home?
I even knew who I really was. Before I knew the things that I like, what I like to do. Before I even knew my favorite color. Okay, y'all. I'm finna put my pride to the side and be honest. Your girl is broke again. Yep. After the GoFundMe hit $50,000, I was not ready to deal with the shame of being a single mom, so I took that man back. But y'all already knew that part because I posted that video.
If you are not ready to deal with the shame of having kids, being a single mom, go and get on birth control. Here, oh, my hormones, oh, this, oh, that. But look at her. She's still struggling. And she had a baby because she didn't want to deal with the hormones. Then she had another one because she didn't want to deal with the hormones. Now she done got scammed out of $50,000 and is looking stupid. Look, she even knows she looks stupid. What? Y'all gonna say something? It's the internet, dummy.
But what y'all didn't know is he manipulated me out of thousands of dollars before I was actually ready to let go. But that's my fault.
He manipulated you out of thousands of dollars before you were.
Oh, that's what you get when you disobey God. Baby, he provided.
And she passed that shit on, right? She passed that shit on. She like, fuck it. He got me for thousands of dollars, so I'm gonna get you for thousands of dollars.
me a clean way out.
Don't keep on putting this on God. This is not a God issue. No. That's what happened when you disobey God. No, that's just what happened when you make stupid decisions. You're just making dumb decisions. Sometimes, yes, things do have to do with God. But when you're just being dumb, who would give a man who ain't been there $50,000 or access to thousands of dollars? Who would do that? Someone in their right mind, a woman who is not a dummy, would never give a man that much money as a single mama unless they were just certified dummies, brainless women who believe and hold on to everything a man says as if she had a mind of her own. She could have told him no. That was her money. The GoFundMe is in her name. What are we talking about here? I disobeyed God. No. She just being a dummy.
I could have been healing in Cabo right now.
And that's real. You know? That's what I'm saying, man. Look, this shit just stupid, man. Like, you just dumb. And somebody got to call it out. Like, you just dumb, you know? But, I mean, you did get 50,000, but then you gave it to the nigga. Like, you dumb. Like, you dumb.
I decided to listen to lies. And when I tell you I'm paying for it, oh, baby, I'm paying for it. And it's almost like the enemy want me to believe that was my last blessing. Like, my mind literally been tormented every single day. I've been having to cast down thoughts.
See, and these are the kind of people I don't like. In their minds, they can keep on messing up a blessing and God's going to bless them again. God's going to bless them again. So I guess she thinks God is going to make her GoFundMe hit $50,000 again after we learned that she gave it to a man. Oh, okay.
He's done with me and he just doesn't love me anymore. And even though I made a foolish mistake, I feel like I am spiritually mature enough to know that God is literally never going to feel like that towards me. Because in the Bible, it says he'll never leave or forsake. I don't know. Comment down below what y'all think about. And like some nice lady paid for my food that was in front of me today. So I decided to pay it for it and actually give back to people that appreciate it.
Okay, pay attention to these shoes. These men's shoes. Pay attention.
I had to pawn these shoes. And it's not wrong because I bought. And shout out to my girl Nisha because she was listening in. I mean,
she bought the nigga shoes and then pawned the shoes. He said, fuck it. I'm about to pawn this nigga shoes. That's probably what helped to get that damn 50,000. It's like, yeah, pawn that nigga shoes. Damn right. And then she just went and bought that nigga some new shoes.
Okay. It ain't like I pawned it and went bought dope. I went bought some pieces to give away to the home. Because even though I don't really have much and money a little funny right now that negative energy is really out of my life, I want to start back doing the stuff that I.
So she goes and gives pizza to the homeless, and pretty much the rest of her, because I don't want to show the homeless, the rest of her little vlog right here is about how she wants to use the proceeds that she has received from pawning those shoes, getting the donations, to go ahead and give back to the homeless. The Bible speaks that when you give to people, you are to give in secret. You are not to make it into this big old show. Like, yeah, look at me. I'm doing for people. Look, ain't I a Christian? Ain't I a religious person? Ain't I a saved person? It does not say that. You're supposed to do it in secret and just be thankful that God has provided for you to give to them and go on about your day. This is not supposed to be some TV, a Kickstarter. Get offline. Want to do the will of God? You should have went down to church and volunteered in a kids center so you could take your kids around some other kids. Since the daddy ain't helping, you should have been in church trying to find a brother in Christ who could help you with your son that you just had, who's only 4 months old. Get offline here. And shout out to Bree the Experience over on Facebook is where I found the video. Now, if we wind all the way back, this is where she got the shoes from when she was kicking her baby daddy out.
You have to go. Everything has to be your counterfeit. God don't want me living my life like this. I'm 4 months postpartum having to go through all this. No. You woke up and cheated. I'm done. I woke up and cheated. But you don't owe me.
That's him. Hey, he filming this shit too. This shit, hey, both of them running the social media lick. You know? He's streaming this shit too. It's like, hey, we about to build up your fucking social media, and I'm about to build up mine. We both about to get paid off this shit.
Oh, he played on her good. Oh, all right, yeah, just give me the 50,000. All right. I settle for 20,000. Give me that 20,000. I'm gonna go down to the car auction. When I get down there, they got Challengers. They got Mercedes Benz. They got everything down there. I get it for $2,000-$3,000. Come back here. I'm gonna get me a lot. On the lot, we gonna open up a car auto show lot and horsey rodeo. Down here, you and the kids ain't never got to worry about nothing. but I just need that 20,000. So if you can give me that, I could probably, you know, make a play happen. I'll be back. Shit, probably in a couple weeks. You know, it's gonna take some time. He gonna waste your money. Try to do the same thing. Come back around. She can be like, God, that's really tough. I mean, forgiveness is found. You find the love that you need. He gonna take that tax money, do the same thing, and keep on wearing her out until she gets enough to realize, oh, he playing me. Look at this man. So he can't provide. Okay, you can't go get something on him. Can't get no child support, Medicaid, healthcare. You can't none. No. Oh, okay. But you can beg the people.
But you don't owe me loyalty. You owe God loyalty. And I keep saving you from the karma that you're about to get. Okay. I need you to get all your things. Do I need to take you to Listen, God bless you, okay? God bless you. God
Them those same shoes.
bless you. You got to get everything that you owe, but God bless you. If you're in this situation, you most definitely can take your power back and redevote yourself to God. I already stopped sleeping with him. I'm done. I'm done.
4 months postpartum. That means you've been getting down.
And see, the problem is you think about getting cracked, but you need to be cracking open that Bible.
You've been in that unmarried bed in that house shacking up, just doing all kind of sin. Oh,
Ain't no way you got to take no. You have to take pain like this. If you're a woman of God, you don't have to take pain like this. Maybe rededicate yourself. Keep that counterfeit out. In the name of Jesus, you got to go. No, sir.
Whatever.
And nobody asks themselves why the fuck this woman is able to do all of this shit and she's so determined to get out of this shit, but yet she has a hand devoted to holding this phone and streaming it. That don't tell you it's an act? Right there. Right there. Like, why the fuck you videoing this shit? You get the fuck out. If you really concerned with getting the fuck out. You know, like, real shit. She just literally did scripted reality television right in front of these people, and they just fell for that shit. Just fell for it.
Forgot she serves. I don't want to serve the same one because I feel like God would have told this man money or let him back into your life. I mean, I know she trying to act like she going through a journey and a spiritual awakening in a sense, but letting a man who talk like this to you get some money.
Right here, gas, fighting and manipulating me. Baby, you have to go. Please get your things and go, sir. I need you to go. It's always, what did I do? What did Till you catch him in the line, he ain't never gonna need it. But you know, you owe loyalty. Yes, you.
And her God, when she say God, she really mean that goddamn phone. She really mean TikTok or TikTok, YouTube, whatever. That's God. You know? Because God is good.
You owe God.
Boy, this triumph music.
Loyalty, baby. I'm finna sit
God gonna help me to raise a year of salary in one fucking month on GoFundMe.
My Bible. I'm going back to church Sunday.
They say that's the pipeline of a 304. They go from being outside and everything to now all of a sudden they religious. Word, Brittany Renner.
I can't do it around here walking on eggshells in my house.
I was Muslim for like 10 months. Married for 52 days. Came out of my hijab that last summer. And I actually got baptized. At this point in stage, like where I'm at right now, I don't really follow any religion.
House. Well, I know I'm probably gonna need him for this. I probably need to wait on hold up. My help come from the Lord. My help come from the Lord.
Okay, so she asked us for money because she was scared that she wouldn't be able to pay for them to take care of her after she broke up with her boyfriend. Dang, I wish we can get them same type of GoFundMes just because me and my ex don't work out and he's the one who's paying the bills and he got to leave. Yeah, go fund me some money too. Shoot.
I don't need you. And it'd be one thing if I was the first person that did this. Everywhere he goes, he gets kicked out. But
what?
Thing if I was the first person that did this. Everywhere he goes, he gets kicked out. But these are my consequences, so I'll let you leave and deal with your consequences. I'm gonna deal with mine because I should have never got my life entangled into this much sin. I should have never.
Girl, if a man is living with a woman,
What
it's
up,
common
Stan?
sense that you ain't supposed to be messing with them. This ain't this deep spiritually.
I'm paying for my consequences. These are my consequences. All right, ain't the Lord rebuke. It's called reactive abuse. Please get out.
Reactive abuse, she said. Now you want to react because I done abused you. Oh, now you want to tell everybody that I done hit you. I done threw about 3-4 pots in the crock pot at your head. And I didn't miss on the other pots, but I hit you with the crock pot. Now all of a sudden, now see people, this is reactive abuse.
And it would go on for a day or two till finally, why the don't you? And then this is where I would slap her or something.
They don't want you to know about this in the Bible, but it's reactive abuse. Girl.
Finally done. Ooh, I'm finally done. Thank you, Jesus. I'm finally done.
Thank you, Jesus. I'm finally done. And you gave him all that money.
I'm finally done. I'm finally done. Man, you sit on the records. I bet I won't jump out of character no more. I don't got nothing that's gonna bring me out of it.
Why didn't you tell us about this part?
Well,
hey, I'm the one that you on the camera and you beat my pipe.
Classic narcissist.
Now he's a narcissist. Yeah, we ain't never heard that before. He's a narcissist. He's a classic narcissist.
Classic.
50K richer.
But you know what that is? That's that spirit of Jezebel.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. You got to get up out of here. In the name of Jesus. That's why I'm having dreams every night. Y'all, I'm getting attacked in my sleep every night. Dreams of cheating. Dreams of all type of.
That is just women's intuition. You know when your man cheating. You know when he doing something. If you're really connected to your man, you just know. You have a gut feeling, and you always go with your gut instinct, even when it feels hard to follow. She just ain't got no discipline or self-control.
Crazy stuff, baby. No. I go through the warfare alone. God fight all my battles, but I ain't gonna keep the weapon inside my house.
That was a good little line. All of these are great taglines that she's using. It reminds me very much so of Cheyenne Bryant.
To take a bath together.
Hey.
And have a conversation. A little triggered over there? A little triggered?
No, I just got to couch this. I got to couch this. Don't take that bath until y'all get that ring on there.
Get that discipline, too.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Discipline.
Yeah. Don't do it.
Discipline.
You're going to make me lose my license. Listen.
And I have to remove the man in order to get the man that God has destined for my plan. But before I get to the plan of God, I have to spare thy rod. Arkansas. I strongly dislike people who use God in a way to make it seem like a situation is something that they're coming out of or experiencing, but it's not really tied to God. It's just tied to them making bad decisions. Can God influence you? Absolutely. Can he help you? Absolutely. But she going a little too far with trying to act like, oh, now I'm this super saved woman and I'm just seeking God to bless me with something. You cannot trick and deceive people. Go back and keep on messing with the same fire and still keep on expecting to get blessed, because that's what she did. And I bet she thought nobody was going to take a look into who she really was and what she really had been doing, which was shacking up with that man and trying to convince him to marry her by blasting the TV on loud with a whole bunch of Jesus stuff and then Bible studying and being like, do you want to join us? And he's always telling her no. All the signs were there. Everything was there. Was no veil over her eyes. She probably went into a relationship with him with 0 kids. Then he convinced her to help him with his kids. And she decided, okay, now I'm about to be super mommy, super girlfriend to him at a very young age, got caught up in the cycle. And now she's trying to preach and minister about what we should be doing different. Until you walk your path down, don't say nothing to us adults. Just go ahead, take your hit. I hope she does not come back online asking for more money and donations, which I think people will still give her. I just want everyone to be aware, if that man, everything that you have given to this young lady monetarily is going to him. But let me know what y'all think down in the comments. I have been the Just Case and Brand.
I need you to get on your page.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna put my pride to the side and be honest.
Your girl is broke again.
Yep, after the GoFundMe hit $50,000, I was not ready to deal with the shame of being a single mom, so I took that man back. But y'all already knew that part because I posted that video. And see, the problem is you think about getting cracked, but you need to be cracking open that Bible. But I just wanted to come on here and tell y'all to stop.
She said, I took that man back. Man. You know? That's one of the reasons why I be laughing the fuck. Hey, I laugh my ass off at these motherfuckers. Yo, I'm here for money and shit. And you ain't getting shit. You see the way this chick just ran up a $50,000 bag on some bullshit? Fuck talking about toxic relationships every day, why don't you just go get yourself into one and just kick off a fucking GoFundMe and you can actually get some money, like some real money. I told, man, they say I'm a hater because I tell them, man, you're stepping over fucking stacks of $100 bills just to get shiny pennies. You stupid. You fucking dumb. Run the play. If you're gonna run the play, run the whole fucking play. If you're gonna run the play at all. Well, so what do I know? Why sell nicks when you can sell bricks? It don't make no sense. You know, I'm just saying. But we got another one. I'm not going to be up here all day. Got some shit to handle. But check this out. Right? This is something I saw that happened at the World Series of Poker. This motherfucking dude, you know, shout out to Emperor. I don't know if you heard about this, but one of these pasty faces, and I call them pasty faces because they sit in a poker room all fucking day. They don't go outside. They kind of like these niggas on YouTube. Don't go out fucking side. But yet they play games with $100 bills and shit, like them shits are just fun coupons, right? And what ended up happening was he ends up followed back to his Airbnb in Las Vegas, duct taped, hog-tied, and robbed for what he says is $60,000. I believe it was way more than that. He said he got blasted for his whole bankroll. That's likely a couple $100,000. But let's hear it.
Glory Nissan. There was a reported violent robbery involving a World Series of Poker.
Look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker got his hands duct taped.
Player here in Las Vegas, Jared Greiner, claims that two men ambushed him inside his rental home here in the Valley, tied him up, and stole his winnings over the weekend.
Yeah, Metro Police confirming that they're now investigating this crime. The victim says that it happened in a neighborhood that's near Buffalo and Vegas Drive. Our Kristen Drummond shares the exclusive video showing the moment that Greiner says he escaped and asked for a neighbor's help.
Hello? A knock for help. This Ring camera shows World Series of Poker player Jared Greiner barefoot, his right arm wrapped in duct tape as he knocks again on a neighbor's door. He paces outside for about 25 seconds.
Oh my God, hello?
Then says he's just been robbed.
Someone just broke into the house across the street, robbed me. They took my phone, they took everything I had, they tied me up. I just got out. Can you call 911? If you're there, please. Please help me.
Metro Police confirming with News 3. Officers responded Sunday to a reported robbery after 8:30 at night at a home near Vegas Drive and Buffalo Drive. No other details released now about the case. But Greiner posting about it this week on X, writing he collected his payout from the World Series of Poker tournament and returned to his rental home. Greiner says the front door was locked, but after walking inside, two men were there waiting and immediately tackled him and took his backpack with the money. Greiner.
I don't feel bad for the stupid motherfucker. When I heard about that shit, I don't feel bad for him because we've been hearing about these stories for fucking years. Years. Like even when I used to play, I ain't never rolled in the motherfucking spots, Dolo. Damn sure ain't go home, Dolo. Fuck all that. You know, hey, the homies could crash on my couch. It's all good. Or we just gonna hang out in the motherfucking casino all night, you know, and go straight to the bank in the morning and drop that shit off. Or what you do is you just cop a box and, you know what I'm saying, you just cop a little safety box at the cage at the casino. But you don't leave with all that cash. What, you stupid? Like, that's what I'm saying. Pasty face motherfucker, dumb as fuck, bro. Like, just dumb. That nigga said I was hogtied and stuck there for a while trying to escape, and finally got out and ran out of the house to a neighbor to call 911. Luckily, I'm physically unharmed. This was the most terrifying and traumatic experience of my life, and all my money's gone. You lucky. You're lucky enough to even have won that goddamn money. But you're lucky they ain't bust your fucking head wide open. No, just stupid.
Posting, he was hog-tied, and after he ran to a neighbor's house to call 911. Griner not sharing the amount taken, but the World Series of Poker website shows winnings of more than $57,000 on July 2nd. Surveillance videos of
And that's just one event. That's what I'm saying. Look at this shit. I'm gonna spin the block, right? So y'all can see this shit. Okay? This motherfucker has a total set of lifetime earnings that are close to $2 million. Now, you know, these motherfuckers go up, they go down, they got expenses and shit like that. But he said they took the whole goddamn roll. So that's just what he won in one event. They likely bammed his ass for about $250,000. And that's another thing, Empress. See, they don't know nothing about that. I've done that shit before. Look, you cop a ride to the fucking bank in the morning. But there ain't even no reason to leave with cash. Yeah, the real good, like, you already out in the desert. You lucky to be alive. And those are just WSOP earnings. $2 million in WSOP earnings. That don't even count EPT, WPT, and whatever the fuck he win playing cash games. This motherfucker got bammed for a shit ton of money. Not just 60,000. You know? But you listen to these motherfuckers talk, they gonna talk like they the smartest motherfuckers in the room. No, you dumb. You dumb.
more than $57,000 on July 2nd. Surveillance videos obtained by News 3 also show two men arriving in the neighborhood before 8:10 at night. They appear to walk toward the house. Later, they return to the car, one seeming to hold what looks like a backpack before driving.
Got the whole backpack of cash. Niggas got the whole backpack. The whole plate.
away.
So this is your driveway. So where did police say the suspect car was located?
The fire hydrant.
Daniel Medina lives across the street from where detectives say the suspected robbers parked.
A red curb. That seems a little suspicious.
Yeah, to me, it's the same thing. Like you said, suspicious. Why would you park there?
Another neighbor who asked not to be identified says the circumstances raises questions.
It's just so weird. Like, how are they just going to just walk in and not like it happened?
While
it was
People in the neighborhood ain't even fucking scared. They like, whatever, that's just a stupid motherfucker that got for his bread. They don't give a fuck about you. You know? They like, whatever. You know? They had to buy their motherfucking houses, you know, off the money that they fucking work for. You just some gambling ass pasty. Yep. Yep.
That was our Kristen Drummond reporting. Airbnb sent us this statement saying safety is a top priority for us, and while incidents are rare, we take them seriously. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is actively investigating this report, and we stand ready to support that investigation. They also say Griner has not yet opened a claim items, but they have provided him with a refund.
A partial refund. Fuck out of here. You know? Fuck out of here. You know? And that's a partial refund for his Airbnb because his ass can't afford to pay for it because he done fucked off all of his damn winnings. Yeah, leave the money in a cage. See, they don't know nothing about that shit, Stan. You know? Just leave the money right at the fucking cage. Them shits they're not expensive. Leave the money right in the cage, wire that shit to another casino, whatever. And you good. Nah, these motherfuckers just roll around with a fucking backpack full of fucking stacks of $100 bills and shit. Oh, hey, everything's cool. Everything's nice. But shout out to what Lurk said. I'm going to bring up another story. This is why it's just stupid. I got another one for you, right? Here's another one.
Robbed at gunpoint a professional poker player.
Horrible experience. It was so fast, you know what I mean?
Robbed at gunpoint, a professional poker player is claiming that he is now out thousands of dollars after leaving the World Series of Poker at the Rio Casino. The man says that he was walking to his car late at night when he was robbed.
Reporter Cynthia Maldonado spoke with him about the scary ordeal. It's an interview you'll see only on 13 Action News.
Joe Salvaggi says it's the scariest moment of his life. He also told me he complied with all the commands, but is upset the casino's cameras aren't really helping trace the culprit.
I kind of froze for a second, and he again says, "Give me your expletive bag."
Joe Salvaggi is used to walking out of casinos with plenty of cash, but early
Because you stupid!
Monday morning, his luck ran out.
I was a few feet from my car, and I see a red car in my peripheral.
Salvaggi claims a man in that car got out and shoved a gun in his face.
Just a horrible experience. It was so fast, you know what I mean? Like, the whole thing was only 10 or 15 seconds.
Salvaggi is a professional poker player. He is now short about $8,000 in cash and casino chips combined.
The amount of money that I had on me was like a very small amount for a lot of these poker players that I watch.
Caesars owns the World Series of Poker. While it wouldn't comment on the investigation, it did tweet out via its WSOP Twitter page saying, "Reminder, WSOP offers security escorts to our parking areas to any guest who requests."
To any guest that requests one. Look at this, you dumbass pasty face. Like, look. You see what I'm saying? Nah, hey, that was just what he won that night, which wasn't shit. Wasn't shit. You know? But just, hey, and they always do. All you got to do, because I done been there, all you got to do is request an escort to your whip. That's it. All you got to do is request it. You know, and I'll go a step further. Like, this story that you hear now, this is about 7 years old. Right? All these casinos actually have valet parking. Just valet the car, dumbass. I learned that shit early on. In my playing days, fuck it, just valet. Fuck. Pull up, pull out, that's it. Done. Why the fuck you walk? You see, these motherfuckers be so goddamn cheap. that they don't want to tip a valet, or some of these casinos outside of Vegas, they actually charge like $3 for a valet or some shit like that. They don't want to pay the $3 or the $5 or whatever to just valet the fucking car. It's fucking stupid. Like you over here playing for tens and hundreds of thousands of fucking dollars. It's just cheap. That's they don't understand. They think like valet is a luxury, Kojak. Nah, bro, that's a fucking necessity. Like if you hit for some bread, bro, you should know that time between the goddamn cage and the parking lot is where you're most vulnerable. See, and the thing is, right? Check this out, right, May. When you talking about hitting for some slot machines or some shit like that, that shit be different, right? That shit different because you can just hit them shits out of nowhere. But with poker, a bitch watching that shit, sitting there watching that shit the whole time. Sometimes they be watching your ass for 2-3 fucking days. They know everybody at this final table or whatever. And they have a whole separate line at the cage for everybody to collect their winnings. A bitch know that you got this cash on you. Like they know it. And these motherfuckers just walking alone and shit. Like, just stupid. The most that I've ever won and walked out of a casino with was about $20,000. That was it. It wasn't a lot, but
one. Please contact the nearest yellow shirt security officer in WSOP areas. We also have safety.
But I know I wasn't by my motherfucking self. If I was by myself, you bet your ass my motherfucking car is goddamn valeted. Valeted, and ain't no going home. Ain't no going home. Going home. You win, $5,000, whatever the fuck, $5,000, $6,000, whatever. Man, you stop right at that goddamn ATM machine and you drop that money off right at the motherfucking ATM machine. Okay? And if it's a little bit more than that and you got to drop that shit off at the bank, you hang out in the motherfucking casino until fucking sunup. What the fuck? And you don't go home and try to walk in your crib dolo? That's fucking stupid. Like, that's just dumb. But usually, nah, I got my homies with me. Fuck out of here. Like, in order to rob me, you gonna have to rob me and like 2 other niggas. Like, fuck up out of here.
Deposit boxes for use in WSOP cage.
And facts. Like we learned that shit playing pool, card game, all that shit, man. Fuck out of here, man. That's what they mean. That's what they mean when they say even if you win, you can't win. Motherfuckers will rob you on the way out. Like, where the fuck? That's what I'm saying, man. These pasty faces. How the fuck you a professional gambler? That motherfucker say I'm a professional poker player. Like, you a professional fucking gambler, and you don't understand that your ass can easily be robbed. Like, they just stupid. And look at this shit. I just pulled up this video. It says straight up, I'm glad that the WSOP just issued their statement back in the day, because this is old. That's why you see the Twitter logo, the old Twitter bird logo and shit. That shit say, please contact the nearest yellow shirt security officer in the WSOP areas. And we also have safety deposit boxes for use in the WSOP cage, as well as wire transfer and check payment methods available. The fuck? You don't know that? Like, that shit is stupid. I could tell you so many fucking stories. I know of a dude that was walking through the fucking airport. That nigga tried to board a plane with $250,000 in cash in his fucking backpack. And then wondered why they held his, that nigga missed his flight and all that shit. Told me the story about that shit 2 weeks later. I'm like, bro. He was like, I don't know why they stopped me. I think it's because I'm black. I was like, no. It's because you got $250,000 in fucking cash in your goddamn backpack, bro. Trying to check that shit through TSA. Yeah, they gonna hold your ass for question. He was like, but they could have just Googled me. They saw I won it. Like, the fuck out of here, bro. Come on.
As well as wire transfer and check as payment methods. Salvaggi says poker players can be walking targets.
As a cash game grinder, as we call it in our industry, we just have to have cash on it and hand at all times, or else, you know, we can't play.
Hotel security and police told Salvaggi he was targeted by a robber who followed him to the parking lot.
They're saying that they can see like a shadow of like the altercation going down, but not enough to get a plate or an actual like image.
Security experts remind you to bring a friend to watch your back while you're gambling.
And that's some shit. Like, and that's common sense. That's common sense. I ain't out here dolo. And if I am dolo, I ain't about to leave this bitch dolo. And if I do leave dolo, I ain't about to have that dough on me. Like, this thing is stupid, bro.
Be cautious of overly friendly people and be aware of your surroundings.
Like poker players, we usually don't even cash out a lot of times.
If you insist walking out with cash, security experts say you need to be on the lookout for people who might be following you. Have your keys ready and lock your doors.
Just valet the car. Like, what the fuck? Valet the car. Just stupid.
I don't want this to happen to other people, you know what I mean?
And it doesn't have to if you take proper security precautions. Officers are looking for better security video to get a better description of the suspect. Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Remember, you can remain anonymous. Cynthia Maldonado, 13 Action News.
Who the fuck wants a dumbass story like this? Why is a dumbass story like this? Look at this shit.
One of the perils of becoming a successful poker player is the unwanted attention of people wanting a share of the cash. In this video, we look at 10 instances when poker players were shockingly robbed. Number 1. On December 2011, the poker world was shocked to find out that 2010 WSOP main event champion.
And this motherfucker, if y'all remember him, this is Jonathan Duhamel, right? He won the World Series of Poker main event for about $8.5 million. $8.5 million in 2010. All right. Great player. About a year later, this motherfucker gets robbed at gunpoint in his Canadian Montreal, Quebec home. Yeah. Yeah. Look him up. Jonathan Duhamel. You know, some people forced their way into his crib and he's got stacks of cash in it. I guess the motherfucker don't believe in banks or cages or whatever. They bammed him for his Rolex. They got him for that bracelet he holding up right there because he won that shit, you know. And they got him for about $300,000-$400,000 in cash, Canadian dollars and euros. Just to find out, was that you that mentioned it? It was probably a woman, Come to find out that it was his girlfriend that set him up, or his ex-girlfriend now, that set him up. Told some motherfuckers that this motherfucker just be, hey, this motherfucker just be playing with fun coupons. This motherfucker just got bricks of cash. I don't fuck with the motherfucker no more. So y'all need to go get him. I know where it's at too. So listen to this.
And Jonathan Duhamel has been bound, beaten, and robbed at his Montreal home.
And this stupid motherfucker like, oh, he got me for my bracelet. Like, why the fuck ain't your bracelet in a safe deposit box, you rich dumb fuck? Like,
according to Duhamel's account, the robbers forced their way into the house early in the morning, then started to attack him. Eventually, they tied him up and began hitting the poker pro repeatedly until he told him where the valuables were. Duhamel was forced to give them access to his safe, where the thieves absconded with his main event bracelet, a Rolex Submariner watch that had been presented to him by PokerStars, and approximately about $115,000 in cash. In a stunning turn of events, it was later found out that Bianca Rojas, who was Jonathan Duhamel's ex, was the mastermind behind this incident.
there you go. Right there. His girl set him up. Yo. Now, granted, they all these motherfuckers since then, I don't know how old this video is, but I remember when this shit happened, right? And we knew that shit, like, just hearing about that shit around the poker community and shit, we were like, man, your girl set you up, bro. Like, your girl set you up. You know? We already knew that shit, man. That was a bitch set you up, nigga. Because at the end of the day, it's just like this YouTube shit. You ain't got no girlfriend, nigga. You just think you do. Fuck out of here. You spend 20 hours a day, 25 hours a day, you know what I'm saying, 22 hours a day playing fucking cards, traveling around the world, playing with $100 bills. You ain't got no fucking girlfriend, bro. Fuck out of here, bro. You a lick. How do we know it's your girl that set you up? Because we don't never see her at none of these events with you. But yet you be all over the place. You be in Barcelona, you be in London, you be in Prague, you know what I'm saying? You be in the Bahamas, you be in Canada, you know what I'm saying? You in Vegas, you in Florida, you all over the fucking place, all over the world, and your girlfriend's still just chilling in Montreal. Oh man, fuck out of here. Number one, somebody else is hitting that shit. Somebody else is hitting that shit while you covering the bill. Yeah. Yeah. And number two, that's just your girlfriend, bro. She about to lick you, dog. Like, come on, man. She about to lick you. She about to lick you. You know what I'm saying? Anybody could have. Facts. Appreciate that, Sot Passe. Shout out to Sot Passe with the $5 ball. Appreciate that. But nah, we're going to finish this story. But that's exactly what happened. Now, since then, I think she's doing like a 4-year bid right now because she was busted for that shit. Because now this is all facts. You can look it up. The story exists. You know, and it's a shame because this dude is a phenomenal fucking player. Phenomenal player, well accomplished. He's not a one-hit wonder. He didn't just win the main event and then he disappeared like a lot of these other pros had. You know what I'm saying? He actually went on to have a great career, you know, after that when it came to poker. But they banged him. They actually got his Rolex back and shit, and all these people ended up snitching on each other. All of them did. Shout out to Nicer too. Shout out to Nicer with the membership. You know what I'm saying? 7 months at the Boiler Room. Appreciate that. I think we done had memberships for like 7 months. So shout out to Nicer, you know, with the membership at the Boiler Room. Y'all make sure y'all follow Nicer's lead. Cop the membership.
In this incident, shortly after winning the WSOP main event in 2010, Jonathan met Rojas, who allegedly posed as a medical student in order to impress him. She moved in with him in March of 2011, but the relationship would end in August following a spat. This wasn't the end.
She moved in with you, but you ain't never home. You ain't never home. You got a Poker Stars endorsement. Like, you see this shit. You see what this nigga wearing. Nigga, you got a Poker Stars endorsement. You got access to the Poker Stars jet. They flying you all over the motherfucking world. Bitch, you ain't never home. Just like Kojak said, nigga, that's everybody woman.
End of the story between the duo, however. In early December, Rojas spoke to a female acquaintance and the genesis of the robbery was discussed. Duhamel immediately suspected Rojas was behind the incident and told the police the day after the robbery. Authorities obtained text messages from Rojas's acquaintance which cast her as the mastermind of the attack. On Christmas Eve,
they all bust on each other, man. They got a hold of them phones. You know what I'm saying? Got the text messages. She telling everybody, bro, okay, this when he coming home. This when he gonna be home. Look, all you gotta do is get him to open the safe. Motherfucker got at least $250,000 in that bitch at all times. At all times. Set him up. You know? So, May, lurk. Yeah, all y'all beautiful melanated queens. Don't let these niggas try to tell you that Becky is any better than y'all and she can be trusted, because Becky will set your ass up too. Oh shit, man. Becky got him, dog. Or Bianca.
Rojas was taken into custody and she almost immediately rolled over on her co-conspirators.
Immediately rolled over. Immediately. Bust on everybody. Fuck it, I ain't going down, Dolo.
Two men, John Stephen Clark and Anthony Bork, were apprehended shortly thereafter in a Montreal hotel after apparently spending large amounts of money on partying. Much of
all that shit gone. They said they spent his shit on a fucking party. Went and got a hotel. You know, all that shit, real shit, got a hotel. Probably a shitload of behavioral modifications, party favors. You know? Partied up.
The money stolen was recovered, and a few months later, a badly damaged WSOP main event bracelet was recovered.
Which is stupid. I mean, come on. That shit is like, what? They stole the motherfucking bracelet. Couldn't even do shit with it, because you can't do shit with the motherfucker. You know? That is a fucking main event championship bracelet. Like, the fuck? They only give one of these shits out every fucking year. It's custom. You know? It's custom. Engraved and shit like that. You can't fence it. You know? Can't fence it.
WSOP officials later gave Duhamel a replacement bracelet. In September of 2011, Bianca eventually pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 42 months in prison, followed by a 3-year probation. Number 2. In
42 months. That's it. She had to do like 4 years for setting old boy up. Meanwhile, hey, all them fucking dudes is in a hotel partying the fuck up. Yo, next. Now you got this goofy motherfucker here. Here's another one.
October of 2010, former WSOP November 9er Scott Montgomery was robbed by a man in the restroom during a break from a tournament that he was participating in. Montgomery became a well-known poker player when he was part of the 2008.
Now, 2008, November 9. If you guys don't know nothing about this, make sure that when I set up my poker channel, you know what I'm saying, you subscribe to it if you're concerned with it. I will be talking about the history of this shit. When they say November 9er, that's the way it used to be. The World Series of Poker bracelet events usually take place in the summertime, right? And the main event is one of the final events for a bracelet, usually around this time. It actually just wrapped up last week this year. But what they did for a stretch of about 5 years was, in order to hype it up, when they would go from 10 to 9, the tournament would stop And then everybody that made the final 9 would just come back in November with their chip counts, and they would hype it up. It would be aired on ESPN, all of that stuff, and everybody gets the minimum payout, which back then was like $1 million. You know, and it's still the same. Like, you're guaranteed $1 million for making it to the November 9. Now people are like, damn, $1 million, that's a lot of money. The buy-in for that tournament is $10,000. It's a $10,000 event. Okay, you know, I've been fortunate enough to play in it one time, never cashed in it, but and no, I did not buy in for the whole 10,000. I satellited it. I'll explain that to you guys if you want to hear about it on some other stream, some other day. But either way, this is, I think this is the inaugural, you know, November 9 class. So yeah, in 2008, this is the inaugural November. This is the first time they did the November 9. They stopped doing that now. Now everybody just comes back the next day. They don't wait 3 months or anything like that. They just finish the shit and all of that other stuff. I don't think they have the same contract with ESPN anymore. But that's it. You make the November 9, you guaranteed $1 million. They just give you money right there. And then you guys come back in November and you play for the rest. I personally think they should bring that back. But Scott Montgomery was an inaugural November 9er.
November 9, in which he finished 5th in the main event for $3.1 million.
And he finished 5th and got $3.1 million. 5th place. 5th place. Not bad at all. Not bad. You know what I'm saying? For a week of cards. You know?
It seems that the mugger picked his victim well, targeting the poker pro while he was alone in the bathroom. According to the player's Twitter account, a guy pulled a knife on him while they were in the restroom, and after he emptied the $2,000 out of his wallet and handed it to his attacker, the man left. Scott told his Twitter account followers what he was told by the security, saying that they basically told him, "Oh well, life sucks, have a nice day." Many players pointed out that the Bellagio should take some responsibility for the incident, considering that it took the security almost 15 minutes to show up at the scene. Number 3. In 2010...
That nigga tried to put that shit on the Bellagio. It's like, bruh. And I get it. That shit can happen to anybody. You just got hit in the bathroom, you know, for your pocket money, you know. And it's not funny, but it's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up.
Professional poker player Carter Phillips was involved in a bizarre and frightening incident during the 2010 EPT Barcelona stop. William Reynolds, a professional poker player and a friend of his who grinds on Poker Stars, took to the 2+2 message boards to explain the strange event that apparently gave Phillips reason to reconsider his current line of work. According to Reynolds, he and Phillips and a fellow player, Kavian Payman, had gone to a bar in Barcelona during the time off between the events of EPT Barcelona. When leaving the bar, Payman was hit by a trio of thieves who helped themselves to 4,000 euros from his pocket, then took off. The group of poker players, never once to give up without a struggle, gave chase. The pickpockets escaped into a subway entrance near a restaurant and slammed on the security gates, leaving Payman, Reynolds, and Phillips stranded on the outside. Desperate to get to the crooks, they started banging the restaurant's metal door, hoping to get some help from the workers that were inside. In his frustration, Payman punched the window. The consequence of this last action was far from the desired outcome, as 2 Spanish men soon emerged through the door, carrying a frying pan and an 18-inch machete. Unable to communicate effectively with the 3 poker players, the restaurant workers started threatening them with their weapons. Payman apparently took a smash to the head with the frying pan, but the Spaniards retreated soon after realizing the trio of poker players meant no harm. Phillips has been the target of a lot of criticism since the story came out on the forums. Many commenters, while being sympathetic about Payman's loss in the initial robbery, feel that the 3 players acted foolishly and put themselves in a dangerous situation which wasn't necessary. Number 4.
And they right, dumb motherfuckers. What up, Smitty?
Can you hear
You got
me?
busting your head with a frying pan for a couple thousand, or for oh my god, this is it, man, for real.
I'm just watching what you playing. You know, I'm just getting up here, so
I can't wait to get back to the table with these fucking idiots, bro. But go ahead, go ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm catching up you know, to what you plan. So I'm just going to kind of watch, and then I guess when you pause it again, I'll comment. But I think what is this about? Just briefly.
Okay, now I talked about a few things earlier, but I was also speaking on there was a player that lost or poker player lost
Okay.
a bunch of money. Well, he didn't lose his money. He won some money and got robbed for it. You know, hog tied, duct taped. I'm gonna play that video for you real quick. It's only 3 minutes long. Listen to this.
Sponsored by-
This is just last week. You know?
Okay.
And then I was just showing some other videos of this shit has happened before. This shit has happened to multiple fucking card players that want to fucking play games with fun coupons and $100 bills and think that they're fucking immune to getting their shit took. You
know what? I got a couple things to say when you're done. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Involving
Look
a
at this.
World Series of Poker player here in Las Vegas, Jared Greiner claims that two men ambushed him inside his rental home here in the Valley, tied him up, and stole his winnings over the weekend.
Yeah, Metro Police confirming that they're now investigating this crime. The victim says that it happened in a neighborhood that's near Buffalo and Vegas Drive. Our Kristen Drummond shares the exclusive video showing the moment that Greiner says he escaped and asked for a neighbor's help.
Hello?
A knock for help. This ring camera shows World Series of Poker player Jared Greiner barefoot, his right arm wrapped in duct tape as he knocks again.
Man, they took that nigga's shoes, duct taped that motherfucker, you know, and took his money.
I'm gonna wait till the video done. I got a story for you. I'm gonna wait till the video done.
He paces outside for about 25 seconds.
Oh my God, hello?
Then says he's just been robbed.
Someone just broke into the house across the street, robbed me. They took my phone, they took everything I had, they tied me up. I just got out. Can you call 911? If you're there, please help me.
Metro Police confirming with News 3. Officers responded Sunday to a reported robbery after 8:30 at night at a home near Vegas Drive and Buffalo Drive. No other details released now about the case. But Greiner posting about it this week on X, writing he collected his payout from the World Series Poker Tournament and returned to his rental home. Greiner says the front door was locked, but after walking inside, two men were there waiting and immediately tackled him and took his backpack with the money. Greiner posting he was hogtied and after he escaped, ran to a neighbor's house to call 911. Greiner not sharing the amount taken, but the World Series.
Now, I'm gonna rewind right there so y'all can see this shit. This motherfucker said that he came into the crib and the door was locked. So these motherfuckers had already broke into his shit and locked the door behind themselves. You know, and these motherfuckers was already in that bitch.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So he left. Wait a minute. So he left his crib unlocked? Because you're saying like as if he was shocked, his house was locked up.
Nah, he wasn't shocked. It was locked up like it normally is. These motherfuckers broke into the crib.
Oh, I see.
Maybe they got in through a window or some shit like that. I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
So. Maybe so. You're right.
I mean,
it probably didn't
the
go
way
to
I
the front
see
door.
it, no, I mean, whatever. You obviously ain't got no alarm on. You know? I mean, it's an Airbnb,
Yeah,
but you ain't got no alarm, you ain't got no cameras, you ain't got nothing going on or whatever. So the motherfuckers probably just pried a window open or some shit.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you just walked in the fucking door, dumbass.
Yeah,
Dumb motherfucker.
mine is hooked up to where as soon as you cross where the mailbox is, it'll hit my phone. Yep. So I know what you're talking about. Now play the video because I wanted to tell you this story when you're
took his
done.
backpack with the money. Greiner posting he was hogtied and after he escaped, ran to a neighbor's house to call 911. Greiner not sharing the amount taken, but the World Series of Poker website shows winnings of more than $57,000 on July 2nd. Surveillance videos obtained by News 3 also show two men arriving in the neighborhood.
And I'm going to tell y'all, just like I said earlier, that's just what he won on July 2nd. They banged that nigga for all of his bread. That's why the motherfucker talk about he broke. They hit that motherfucker for a minimum $250,000, maybe more in cash money.
before 8:10 at night. They appear to walk toward the house. About 20 minutes later, they return to the car, one seeming to hold what looks like a backpack before driving away.
So this is your driveway. So where did police say the suspect car was located?
And them motherfuckers ain't even run. They just walked. They just walked away. Like, fuck it. Fuck you gonna do about it? Type shit. You know?
Daniel Medina lives across the street from where detectives say the suspected robbers parked.
A red curb. That seems a little suspicious.
Yeah, to me, it's the same thing. Like you said, suspicious. Why would you park there?
Another neighbor who asked not to be identified says the circumstances raises questions.
It's just so weird. Like, how are they just going to just walk in and then walk out like nothing happened?
While the investigation continues, some say they're not seeing it as a broader threat to the neighborhood.
I don't think there's any real safety concerns here in the neighborhood. It would feel like it was just a targeted attack.
That was our Kristen Drummond reporting. Airbnb sent us this statement saying safety is a top priority for us, and while incidents are rare, we take them seriously. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is actively investigating this report, and we stand ready to support that investigation. They also say Griner has not yet opened a claim with Airbnb's insurance company for his stolen items, but...
And I'm with the neighbor. The neighbor's like, man, fuck that. Yo, fuck that. We ain't scared. This ain't about our neighborhood. This is about you doing stupid shit, Pasty. You know? They knew who you were. They knew what you had. They knew you was dumb as fuck. That's why your ass got. You want to say something?
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Can you? All right, now just making sure. All right, so this is a true story, right? So I ain't gonna lie. This right here was one of the number one reasons why. See, I never got into gambling. I don't know. I'm not that kind of risk taker. You're a very brave guy. I can't sit at those tables. So anyway, this isn't poker, right? I'm gonna get right to it. I'm hanging out with my cousins, my older cousins, right? So I'm a little bit younger. They probably like in their mid-20s, 30s. I'm like 17, 18, hanging out with my older cousin. I'm out there just smoking with them, chilling. But they rolling dice. I don't know how much you know about that lifestyle, but man, it was, I ain't gonna lie, I was just like looking at my cousins like, y'all some cruddy dudes, but I ain't say nothing because I ain't getting my ass whooped. It was this one dude that was out there. It was my two cousins. They rolling dice. Cuz was just like cracking them, but they would not let him leave. It's something about, and that's why I never understood about dice games. It's like, when does it end? Right? Besides when by the time somebody gets shot. And I'm just saying, like, I've noticed that with gambling, it's like this, even at casinos, bruh, it's like they're gonna try to take everything. So what you're telling me with this robbery, all I'm saying is, I mean, if you can make the connection, I've seen that happen with this dude when my cousins kept saying, nah, bet back. And they literally did not let that nigga leave until they won their money back. And then when they won their money back, yeah, he was allowed to go now.
Yeah. That's it.
Like, and I'm like, why do y'all do that? Like, dog,
I mean, that was nice of them to go. No, that was nice of them to let him leave after they just won their money back. Usually they ain't gonna let the motherfucker leave until they win their money back plus his. They didn't come to break even. Real shit. That was nice of them to let that motherfucker leave even.
I see. Okay, because I don't understand. I don't do gambling, so that's your world. But yeah, I was thinking like,
I learned my lessons a long time ago. I used to manage a spot, you know what I'm saying, a club, and we used to have backroom games going on. People would gamble on pool, dice, skins, poker, whatever.
Right. Dominoes?
Not really. Not really.
Really, no bones? You for real?
Nah, that's, I think that's more some West Coast type shit. But they really don't gamble on dominoes out here. But that's the shit that they would play. And I've seen too many people get robbed in the parking lot, heard the stories and shit like that. Also, a lot of these games be cheat, like they're cheated games, they're fixed games. Like you can't win, especially you sitting at a poker table. You thinking is every man for himself, but you really playing 1 against 6, 1 against 7, and you a target. So there is no leaving that fucking game. And I've also seen rules in those private games and shit where, hey, if you're ahead, you got to stay for a certain amount of time. So I've always chosen to
That shit. Right.
and don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna bullshit like I haven't played in backroom games and pool games and you know, a few card games from time to time. I have.
He's a grown.
No, I'm not gonna bullshit like I haven't. But that was years ago. You know, like it got to the point where, look, I would do that shit in the casino, and I always said, why? I've been invited to home games and shit like that. Look, I want to get out of here with my fucking money. No, that's it. I want to get out of here with my money.
That's what I be wanting. Like, why won't they let you? Like, what's the point of saying, "I bet, let's bet"?
Because
I won.
The goal
now
was
I'm
not
gone.
to.
And it's like, nah, nigga, I need my bet back, and they dead ass on that bet back shit.
Well, I mean, because the goal wasn't to fucking break even or even lose money to your ass. The goal was to get your ass for money. That's why the fuck you there. So, nah, you can't really do that. So I always said I wanted to, you know, leave with my money. So, you know, that's what casinos are for. If I want to play poker or I want to play blackjack or whatever, you know, then I'll go to a fucking casino. But there's also ways to do that shit too. You know, like we were talking about earlier. Use the cage. That there's a reason for that. You know, they give you safe deposit boxes in the cage.
Wait. What's the cage? Hold on. For us
The
that
cage
don't
is
know,
when you cash out. No, when you cash out, because like when you're on the casino floor, you know, you're
when
playing.
you go get the money. When you go get your money.
Yeah, when you're on the casino
off the
floor,
cage.
you're gambling with chips. You're not gambling with cash.
Right.
You might buy in with cash, but they're paying you in chips. So you got to go to the cage to get to turn that shit into cash.
I'm into that part. I'm into that part.
So that's up to you if your ass is gonna actually leave with that cash. So you use the fucking you use the safe deposits. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna make a certain amount of cash, you know, over X amount of dollars or whatever, you know, get the escort. People, they will walk you to your car. You know, police escorts will walk you to your car. Casino security will walk you to your car. Or in my case, I would always valet. You know, just that's the purpose of using the valet. I'm not gonna be caught up in no parking lot with this fucking money.
Right.
And I'm damn sure not about. And I'm not gonna bullshit like I've always had people with me.
But if
I didn't have people with me, then trust me, I've always. I'm talking about always valet the fucking car. And sometimes, hey, I'll be real. I might pull up, park in the parking lot or some shit, and then whatever, you win. So what do? Before you cash out, because you can leave your chips at the table or whatever, or if you win a poker tournament, for example, what they do is they give you a voucher. Like if you're in a poker tournament, they give you a voucher to collect your winnings at the cage. So you have to sign for it and shit like that. And depending on how much you won, you got a tax form you got to fill out and shit like that. Whatever. That's it. Before you go cash out your voucher, you go, like, bro, I've done this shit I don't know how many fucking times. You take a walk to your motherfucking car without the money and go pull that shit around to the fucking valet.
Got you.
Yo, go pull that shit around to the valet. Then go get your fucking money.
Now, let me ask you this. This is something I want to ask you because I'm curious about this. And I think this will be some good advice that I know you can give.
Usually I'll have a homie with me or something. But go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I want to ask you this because I think this will be something good for people who are novice or amateurs. All right, let me get this out in its entirety. I'll nutshell it. Okay, so I'm talking about alcohol. So from what I understand, the casinos love to give you free shots and free drinks as long as you keep gambling. Is that correct, Ant? Just yes or no, real quick.
That's only in Las Vegas. That's only
okay.
And I don't even know if they do that shit anymore. But most casinos elsewhere in the country, they don't give free liquor because they don't fucking have.
Okay. Well, let's just say drinking. Okay. Well, all right. Well, let's just go with the premise of drinking.
I'm just saying no. They don't have to. What I'm saying is Vegas casinos do it and did it because it's so much competition on the strip.
Right.
So
right. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? If as soon as one casino does it, every casino's got to do it just to keep people in there. But like in South Florida,
you're telling me like where I'm at. So you're telling me where I'm at, like the closest one to us is Atlantic City.
Yeah.
They don't do that. Got you.
Because they don't have to.
Well, no, watch. This is where I'm going. You all your time, do you have a thing? Because I noticed. I remember on your birthday, I was up here for your birthday, and Aunt was getting it in with the bottles, y'all. And you know what I'm saying? And happy birthday to you again. But my point is, what advice do you give somebody when it comes to drinking while gambling, bruh? Yes, do you be like, nah, fuck that, I'm sober on the table, my nigga, like I'm not, or do you get it in, and have you seen, to last but not least, alcohol can be a very much so disrupting factor in a person's poker making decisions? Go. That's where I was going.
I never drink. I never drink while gambling. If I do, the most
Gotcha.
you'll see me have, I might have a shot here or there, but that's usually because somebody at the table and offered to get, you know what I'm saying, to cop shots for the table or something like that. I might have one shot.
They trying to get your money, nigga.
Maybe, I'm just saying, maybe one beer. But as far as just sitting there drinking and getting shit faced, nah, I'll go get fucked up after I'm done. You know what I'm saying? Look, old school hustlers always taught me the game. You know, the casino is where you come to come up. You don't come there to blow up. So, nah, the fuck out of here, bro. And when I win, I'll go get fucked up after I done won.
So if you see somebody sitting at the table and let's just say, all right, so say I went with you and I'm obviously the rookie and shit, and I'm across the table from you. We ain't talking, but you notice, like, hey, man, that's Smitty third beer. I drink beer. I like beer.
Yeah.
Man, that's Smitty third beer. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, like on that ride back, would you be like, hey, Smith, I don't think you should be drinking like that at the table type shit?
Not over a few beers. I wouldn't do that over a few beers. Like a few beers usually isn't gonna make much of a difference.
Yeah,
you know, if you're a drinker like that.
I like a good IPA and wine.
I mean,
I'm not really a liquor drinker.
Usually people ain't gonna chart your, you know what I'm saying, how many you drank. They're just gonna see if you're actually drunk. So I've seen people drunker than a motherfucker. I got a homie that I watched one time. This motherfucker got fucked up, and was at the blackjack table. I watched him flip like $200 in the fucking like $8,000, and then he got so drunk that he just refused to fucking cash out. Motherfucker refused to cash out, and an hour later, motherfucker asking me to borrow some money as he broke.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
gosh.
So nah, it's just that's where you come to come up, not blow up. You know what I'm saying? So ain't no reason to.
Last question for you, Aaron. In all your poker career history, tell us briefly about the quick story of your biggest win, like your grandest day and your worst night. What did they look like? What was the most you ever won? What was the most you ever lost?
Well, the most I've won gambling wasn't from poker. It was from blackjack. It wasn't from poker.
Okay, I mean, just period. Just gambling.
Well, no, just gambling. I mean, poker wins are just
the tables. Period.
Poker wins are a lot more. They're a lot more satisfying because you actually beat people. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't really. I don't give a fuck how much you win playing blackjack or craps or any of that shit or even slots. You're not gonna beat the house. You're never gonna feel like you beat the house unless you hit for like millions or some shit, which I've never done. But you know what? I won like 20 grand playing blackjack. You know?
Really?
Yeah. That's
really? And you cashed out on it.
Damn right. What the fuck?
Wow.
And to be honest, that shit only took a couple, like, shit. What was I playing? Probably about an hour and a half. You know, hour and a half. You know?
How much did you go in with? Hold on. How much did you go in with before that 20 grand?
I had about 3 grand in my pocket. I came in with about 3,000.
That's still real good. That's still real good.
But it doesn't take long to win. But my worst, it probably took me a whole weekend to lose about 10,000 in cash.
You spent the whole weekend.
Yeah, it took me a whole.
You pulled the Dr. Umar. I
don't think Umar lost that much. Don't get me wrong. That was
all that shit. He spent all them people money, bro. Don't you cape for that nigga.
No, I don't think he didn't lose that. That motherfucker was throwing 20s and shit in the shit. But those are from those are, you know, just playing blackjack because it can get bad. But you know, like I've done that. It took me a whole, like I said, it take an hour or 2 hours to win 20, 30, $100,000 and it take 2 days to lose 10 grand. Like that's what it is. So that's how that game goes.
Nah, I appreciate it. Nah, that's all I had. I digress.
I'm not
from
gonna
Michael
lie.
Smith.
That's but I'll be honest about that story. I didn't, it didn't kill me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get evicted or anything, but I could tell you after that weekend, I felt physically beaten. Like I felt like somebody literally kicked me in the motherfucking ass. I couldn't do shit but sleep. I couldn't do shit but sleep.
Yeah, get back on your mind.
Well, no, because I didn't go in there with all that money. I just you lose a couple thousand here, you lose a couple thousand there, you go back home, crack the safe, come back, boom, boom, and that's what happened. Shit snowball. But whatever. I mean, that, like I said, that's gambling, bro. You're gonna take losses, you're gonna get wins. It is what it is.
But yeah, but you know what really scares me about it? You know who really scared me about it? Offset. Ain't that him?
Yeah.
Cardi B, man.
Yeah, he's
when I seen him in the casino as one of the Migos asking people to cash app him, I said, nah, bro, you gotta go, dog. You gotta go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's a different breed. So when he's losing tens of thousands and $100,000 and shit like that, that's a different breed of gambler right there. That's just a different breed of gambler. So,
respect. I digress. My mic is muted.
But as far as getting robbed and shit, like, it should always just be recreation. Like that's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be recreation. I wouldn't recommend anybody, don't do that shit for a living, because they say it's the toughest way to make an easy living.
Four-time World
do you
Poker
really
Tour
think,
champion Darren
do you really think that somebody who steps into a place with $200 and let's say they just hit for 8 grand, you think their mind is going to stay, this is just recreation? Bruh. Bruh. They hold everything. They went in there saying that, but once they hit a ching ching one good time, I believe that's like the first hit of crack for a lot of people. Real shit. It's no way to keep that. Once you win and you win big on a hit, you went in there, like you said, with 3 stacks and you come out with 20, bro, that shit is no longer fun and recreation. That shit is now your business.
Well, look, I can tell you the entire story about that. I was in a good place at that point. Like, I probably had about that amount of cash just sitting around anyway, just in the crib. So the reason why I played blackjack, because I didn't want to play fucking poker. Like, I didn't see there wasn't no poker games around where I felt like I could actually come up. I'm good. Like, I'm not gonna win this amount from any of you motherfuckers. So I decided to play a little blackjack. And the reason why I even won that much was because I had lost like $600 or some shit. I lost $600 and I was pissed. I was like, fuck out of here. And it took them like 4 hours to beat me out of $600. So I was like, fuck out of here. I was like, y'all beat me. It take y'all 4 hours to beat me out of 600. Fuck it. I drove my ass home, which was about a 40-minute drive. Drove my ass home, cracked the safe open, and came back with that 3,000. And was like, okay, if it took y'all 4 hours to beat me out of fucking 600, let's see how long it take you to beat me out of this. And then, after just winning the first hand, I ain't never looked back after that. And that shit hit me, like, because I had a homie that had to tell me where the fuck I was, because it was to the point where I wasn't even counting the money. I wasn't counting that shit. I didn't even know how much I was ahead, and I must have went on such a run that, my homie was like, yo, what's your goal? Like, what's your goal? Because keep in mind, I'm not by myself. He's like, yo, what's your goal? I was like, yo, I was only trying to make, about 12,000, you know what I'm saying? That was it, you know what I'm saying? 10, 12,000, and he was like, look in your pocket, because what I was doing every time I would hit a big hand or something like that, I'm betting black chips, but if you hit for 500 or 1,000 or something like that, they just pay you in purple and on orange chips. They pay you in the big colors. So I would just throw those shits in my pocket and just keep playing. So I wasn't counting it, And he was like, man, look in your pocket. You got 10, we call them pumpkins. Those are $1,000 chips. He was like, bro, you got 10 pumpkins in your pocket. And I probably had another like 4 grand on the table, and just like purple and black chips. So I reached in my motherfucking pocket and realized I had a handful of goddamn pumpkin. I didn't even realize how much I was ahead. You know? So once I realized that shit, I'm like, okay, you know, I'll take a break, you know, play a couple more hands, and I've still won. And I'll be real, I was scared to death. I didn't want to give that shit back. So immediately after that shit, I booked a flight to fucking Las Vegas. You know, got right on my laptop, booked a flight to Las Vegas, me and another homie, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go play in the World Series of Poker. Like, it don't even make no sense for me to stay here. Like, for real, all I'm gonna do, if I keep playing this game, they just gonna beat me out of the shit. Like, I'm gonna just give it back. You know, like, I understand how that shit works. So, hey, we either gonna parlay this shit, have a good time with it, you know what I'm saying, whatever, or, you know, or if I stay here, I'm gonna lose it. So that's what I did, you know. And I enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? That was a fun summer. You know, that was a fun summer.
Let me take this call real quick. I'm gonna pop right back up. Let me take this call.
Yeah. But like I said, that was just me. I understand the rules of casinos. The longer they keep you in there, the more likely they are to get you for all your fucking money. So the goal should be to get the fuck out of there. Like, you can be ahead all you fucking want, but you got to understand that shit ain't nothing but fucking worthless fucking clay. Them chips ain't worth a shit until you convert that shit to cash and leave. And leave. If you still in there with it, it ain't your money. Just remember that shit. That shit is always property of the fucking house. So you ain't ahead shit until you done left with that bread.
Elias and his family were given quite the scare in March of 2019 when a man with a gun broke into his New Jersey home. The robber focused his attention on the 19-year-old babysitter who was minding the couple's kids because Elias and his wife were not at home at the time. The suspect, identified as 24-year-old North Philadelphia resident Shannon Soroka, allegedly forced entry into the house and led the babysitter around with a gun to her back, looking for cash and other valuables. Soroka eventually locked her in the bathroom. The teenager apparently escaped from a window and called 911 from a neighbor's house before Soroka fled the scene by car. Soroka was later arrested after investigators received a tip. It does appear that Darren Elias was specifically targeted in this incident. Soroka, meanwhile, was a part-time poker player who had a few small scores of his own, cashing for $19,000 since the start of 2017. It turned out that he had ran up serious debts totaling tens of thousands of dollars through gambling. Soroka faced a long list of serious charges and was lucky to only receive a 13-year sentence. Number 5.
He was lucky to only receive a 13-year sentence. Like, come on. You know, and this motherfucker, you a professional gambler, you got robbed by a professional gambler. That's how it works. A professional degenerate fucking gambler. You know? These motherfuckers are just stupid, bro. Just stupid.
August of 2020, an Arizona woman was arrested for allegedly stealing about $1 million in cash and valuables from poker pro Antonio Esfandiari. Antonio and his father reported a number of things missing from their Panorama Towers condo on July 14th. Included in the inventory was $150,000 in cash, about $500,000 in casino chips, jewelry, watches, and a gold suitcase, and his 2012 WSOP Big One for One Drop bracelet.
Now, the Big One for One Drop, if y'all know what that is $1 million buy-in tournament. You know, so he won that tournament and won like 25 million or some shit like that. You know, and it's a big boy bracelet that's probably worth about $450,000, $500,000 or some shit. And notice who you see right up here. Who set him up? Who set him up? Yeah, bro. Everything ain't peachy with Becky. Look at this shit. You know, they said they got him for about $500,000 in chips because motherfucker had all that shit. Chips, cash, you know, jewelry, all that shit.
Gold suitcase and his 2012 WSOP Big One for One Drop bracelet. However, the accused woman left several clues behind that quickly led to her arrest. Esfandiari informed police about a rumor that he had heard that the woman, who works as a poker dealer in Arizona, had been to Las Vegas to play in a private poker game. The game's host kept track of the players and their buy-ins in a ledger. The woman, Svetlana Silva, bought in for $5,000, signing her name in the record. After she busted, she ponied up another $20,000. She lost twice more, each time buying in for another $30,000. So right there was a huge red flag. After running out of cash, police said that someone drove her to a Las Vegas apartment from where she got a safe. She then went back to the poker game and bought back in with $100,000 worth of Aria chips. Silva lost again and used $200,000 in Bellagio chips to keep playing. She finally won some money, cashed out, and left. Before Silva left the game...
And keep in mind, those ain't her chips. Those ain't her chips. Yo, that's how they busted her ass. Yep. Remember, he lost $500,000 in chips. So she just gambling that motherfucker chips, man. She trying to wash his money.
Another player cashed out and was given some of the cash and casino chips she bought in the game. She then actually sent the guy a text telling him that the chips are marked and will be flagged by a casino's computer to prevent someone else from cashing them out. She offered to buy back her Aria chips. When Silva was arrested in the Aria parking garage, police found multiple $25,000 Bellagio and Aria chips and large amounts of cash on her. Silva was booked into the Clark County Detention Center on charges of
$25,000 chips. We call those chocolates. Those are the brown ones. I believe those are the brown ones, or they're cranberries. They're like cranberry colors. You know, we got our little terms for them chips. You know what I'm saying? Like the you know what I'm saying, the 500s. Those are the big oversized purple ones. You know what I'm saying? Those we call plums. You know, the $1,000 chips, the yellow ones, them shits called pumpkins. And then you got the chocolates, which are $5K, and the cranberries that are $25,000.
burglary and possession of stolen property.
Also, I've noticed that 93% of you guys are still not subscribed to the channel. So if you're enjoying the video, a sub to the channel would be amazing.
Number Jorgensen was shot in a home robbery.
A sub to the channel would be amazing.
Number 6. In December of 2012, Danish poker pro Theo Jorgensen was shot in a home robbery. The attack occurred at about 10 p.m. on Sunday, December 2nd, as 3 men forced their way into Jorgensen's home about 21 kilometers south of Copenhagen. Theo and his wife were just relaxing at the time. 3 men wearing elephant masks barged in and demanded money. Obviously not wanting the terror to escalate, Theo directed the intruders to the money they had on the premises. The Dane forked out what amounted to $6,200 in cash. However, the robbers were unhappy with this amount, and one of them shot Jorgensen in the leg 3 times. His wife, who witnessed the entire scene, called the police immediately after the robbers took off. They arrived too late to catch the criminals, but Jorgensen was quickly driven to the hospital. Luckily, he recovered in a few weeks' time. All 3 suspects were male, and no one was apprehended according to reports.
No one was apprehended. Yeah. No one was apprehended. That motherfucker got shot in the leg 3 times because that's all he had was $6,000 in his house. You know, they just busted in that nigga crib, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. You know? They just playing games with them hundreds.
Later pointed out that he was a cautious man and had taken precautions against such a theft, including installing alarms. He, however, conceded that his efforts had unfortunately proved not to be enough. Number 7. The godfather of poker, Doyle Brunson, had also many incredible and life-threatening incidents. In an interview with PokerStars, Brunson said that he was once playing poker when a man burst in and shot the man beside him in the head. Brunson said, "I remember the guy's head falling off." Doyle's description of the general poker scene would make most modern pros balk at the thought of even sitting down to play. Brunson used to play on a street called Bloodthirsty Highway, where thieves, robbers, and killings were commonplace, and everyone was somewhat of an outlaw. In another incident back in 1998, 2 masked gunmen robbed him on the doorstep of his then Las Vegas County Club home. Brunson and his wife Louise were handcuffed together as the armed robbers threatened to kill him if he didn't hand over the contents of his safe. Brunson eventually gave them $4,000 in cash and $80,000 in Binion's horseshoe casino chips, knowing that if he did not give them any money, they would be awfully mad. Faking a heart attack to get them to leave, Brunson explained that cashing in the chips would prove to be problematic. He even jokingly said, "If they called me, I'll buy them back at half price." A year later, Brunson was one of the lucky high rollers who avoided an armed robbery at the Bellagio casino. Doyle and his fellow nosebleed players were playing in Bobby's room for the big game when the...
Now rest in peace, Doyle Brunson. He's known as the Godfather of poker, written many books, former World Series main event champion, just world renowned. He is since then passed on. But when he talks about Bobby's room, and which was his room, that was a room that he was sponsoring, and nosebleed stakes, those are extremely high stakes. Usually, buy-in is minimum $50,000, if not higher than that, probably about, basically people are playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars in that bitch. Like that's what they buying in for. So at any given time, it's gonna be a million plus in cash money on the table at any given time. Those are nosebleed stakes.
Inept robber decided to target the cashier's cage some 10 yards away. The $35,000 was chicken feed compared to the $200,000 or so in cash the big boys of poker had between them. CCTV footage of the robber was quickly released by Las Vegas Metro Police, although they still didn't find the robber to this day. Brunson said that he had also had a knife held to his throat, was threatened with a baseball bat, beaten, and was robbed so many times that he can't even remember the number. Number 8. On February...
People think that shit fucking all fucking fun and games. Oh, you playing for all of this motherfucking money. Oh, it's gravy. Nah, man. Make sure you got some goddamn security, man. Make sure you got some homies. Wire that shit to a bank, into an account. Use the cage. They motherfuckers think they so goddamn smart, man.
February 10th, 2021, Poker Pro Chad Power's phone went off with an alert from his home security system. By opening the alert, Chad was able to watch from afar as two men walked out of his house with a safe on their shoulders. According to the police...
Damn. I don't know if this is the real footage, but you see how they done spark plugged his fucking... they done spark plugged his glass door and shit. Damn. Look at that shit.
Security
they spark
system.
plug that shit. They like, fuck that. Look at this shit. So bomb. Shit just shatter.
Either men. He could be sure of this fact because, as the police put it, both suspects had lowered or removed their face masks at this point and their faces were visible. The safe was an impressive haul for the two criminals. Inside the safe, according to Chad, were about $750,000 in cash and $250,000 worth of high-value poker chips. Chad Power believed he was followed home from the casino and the robbers waited until he left home before carrying out their operation.
Miss me with the bullshit. That's an inside motherfucking job. Like, miss me with that. Because how the fuck? They supposed to have to steal your safe. You telling me these motherfuckers are professional safe crackers? Like that they was able to get, you feel me? Like they supposed to have to steal the safe. They actually got into your safe, which means they got the combination. Oh, that's an inside job, man.
Thanks to the mask slip-up, police were able to match the perpetrator's face to Chad Power's surveillance footage. One of the perps, named Brewer, was a suspect in one case that saw $15,000 stolen in a similar raid, and the CCTV footage from Chad Power's home matched Brewer and his known gang associate, Trevon Battle. Brewer's phone records also placed him near Power's house of residence on the date of the robbery. He was connected to the purchase of 2 new cars in the last few months that were bought in cash and registered in his mother's name. Police arrested him 2 months later. Number 9. Amarillo Slim was a victim.
Yep. Like, miss me with that, man. They was able to just come into your shit, get into your motherfucking safe, and get out. And you had motion sensors and all of that shit. So before the authorities came, nah, bro. That's an inside job.
Victim of a savage attack on January of 2009 that forced him to check into the hospital with multiple injuries. Slim was owed $3,000 for a gambling debt and had agreed to take a four-wheeler as collateral. He was lured to a field where he thought that he would be going to collect his collateral. Instead, he was beaten and robbed. During the vicious attack, Amarillo Slim suffered multiple injuries, including a broken hand, thumb, and jaw. He was also robbed of $8,000 in cash, as well as a diamond ring worth $85,000. Number 10. Our final story is one of Chauncey Monk, who was robbed and then banned from a poker room for being robbed. This story is so bizarre and insane, it deserves a video of its own. Check the link in the description for the entire...
Nigga banned for being robbed. Ain't that some shit?
Horrible experience. It was so fast, you know what I mean?
I got mugged.
One of the risks of playing poker is the unwanted attention of those wanting a piece of the action, and I'm not talking about winning it fairly. As Doyle Brunson once said, the hardest part is not winning the money, but actually keeping it. In this video, we look at 17 instances when poker players...
I understand. Hey, I'm gonna tell you why, because that shit be bringing fucked up heat to the house. They like, yo, you a stupid motherfucker, man. I told you, these motherfuckers be cheap. They don't like having homies and shit with them because they know they're gonna have to grease some palms. So they like to roll dolo. You know, motherfuckers don't even want to pay for valet or nothing. Like, they stupid. You know? Scared to ask for security. Everything else. Because it's pretty simple. Like, you hit for 100,000 or 200,000 or whatever, man. Just get you a room in that bitch for the night. Get you a room. All of these casinos got hotels and shit. Just get you a motherfucking room. You know? Or just leave the money at the cage. Get you a little box. Leave that shit at the cage. Wire that shit right into your account. Get a cashier's check for it. Pretty simple. But these motherfuckers are cheap. So I don't blame the casinos. Like, fuck that, man. You get the fuck out of here. You know? Because that's what you're going to do. As soon as you get robbed and somebody gets you for your shit, you about to go on the news and shit and blame us because you're a fucking idiot.
Were shockingly looted and mugged. Number 1. In 2010, the PokerStars EPT Berlin came to an abrupt halt in the action at around 2:30 p.m. when a group of armed men raided the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Berlin, where the tournament was...
Now, I remember when this shit happened. I remember this shit. This was in Berlin, Germany, and in the middle of the tournament, this shit was televised, all of that shit, right? Y'all, I don't know if you can still see it because I don't think PokerStars still got their channel. You know, what up, Stan? You know, I don't know if they still got their channel and shit, but yeah, it was just a regular damn poker game, and then out of nowhere, you just saw these motherfuckers come in and rob the whole place. They like, fuck that, we taking the whole prize pool. Fuck this shit.
Being held.
So there was a full house at the European Poker Tour in Berlin over the weekend, and the last thing anyone expected was an armed invasion complete with handguns and a machete.
The men were after the money, and no one was seriously injured in the accident. Tables were flipped so people could hunker behind them while chips flew all over the floor. Players, staff, and media in the ballroom took cover and then began frantically making their way to the back corner of the room to an exit. After about 15 minutes of mayhem in the tournament area, things began to settle down while the tournament room itself looked as though a tornado had whipped through it. Hundreds of players, staff, and media were scattered in the lobby of the hotel and outside on the streets awaiting confirmation that things were safe. A few people had some minor bumps and bruises from the stampede that tried to exit the room, but no one was seriously injured. The thieves got away with 242,000 euros. It was an easy target for the bandits because the organizers did not pay attention to adequately protect the money which was on display in the lobby. No shots were...
Now, what the fuck? What the fuck? You just got bricks of actual cash on display in the lobby to say, yeah, this is what we're playing for. Dumbasses, man. They robbed the whole fucking tournament.
Fired, and the suspects quickly fled after a security guard intervened. After the terror on the scene settled, players were asked to continue play only a few hours later, including the 20 remaining players in the EPT Berlin main event. The tournament was eventually won by Kevin McPhee. Shortly after the robbery, the German police released photos of the bandits, which was obtained from the hotel's video footage. In the following days, one of the robbers gave himself up and named the others. After this, the other robbers
that too. Everybody just be rolling on each other too. They just be rolling on each other, man.
Eventually gave themselves up too. Upon being questioned about the robbery, the robbers eventually named the mastermind behind the whole operation. The mastermind behind this operation was Ibrahim Al-Musa, who was arrested soon after. Ibrahim was sentenced to 6 years, 4 months for armed robbery. Ibrahim's lawyers stated that it was the biggest mistake in the defendant's life, and he regretted his actions since, and also repaid 22,000 euros since the robbery. The rest of the money has still not yet been found. Number 2. Flying into Vegas for some high-stakes action at Bobby's room with Gus Hansen, Daniel Cates, aka Jungle Man, fancied a late-night snack and headed out into the Vegas streets. Jungle Man told this incident on Joey Ingram's podcast. On his way back from eating, Daniel was smacked in the face by some guys and demanded his wallet. The thieves stole his...
All these motherfuckers got YouTube channels. Feel free to check them out. You know? They don't really talk about this shit very much. About how they dumbasses be getting robbed and shit.
His wallet and ran away. Kate said that he was in his senses and did not fight them because that would have been a really stupid idea.
You're out. Nothing happened. You're okay.
I'm okay. I just got punched a few times. But I was like,
nah, fuck out of here. These people do snitch. You know, this is Dan. You already know what's up. These people do snitch. For real. These people snitch and snitch and snitch again.
kind of shocked. I didn't know how to deal with it. I mean, at the time, after it, I kind of
look at him. Cuz got a black eye and shit, man. They'll bust him dead in his shit, you know. And this is Dan Jungleman Cates, very accomplished world champion, you know, card player. You know, whatever. More inside jobs, man. I hate to tell you this, Mr. Jungleman. Those was your homies that robbed you, probably your girlfriend. You know, they set your ass up. They know what's up. You know.
Should I, like, I don't know, yelled for help or whatever, but I just was like, oh, here, take my wallet.
Daniel seemed a bit shaken by the incident, unsure what to do at the time. Though he was fortunate, things didn't turn out worse, and contacted the police afterwards. Vegas is regularly in the top 20% of American cities when it comes to crime stats. Violent crimes around 62% higher than the national average. Just a few days after this incident, Randy Liu, aka Nanako's car, was also broken into. Randy Liu claimed he had little to lose and almost made a joke of the incident. Number 3. On October 10th, 2021, Sean Deep took to Twitter to report that there was a break-in in his hotel room in the early parts of the morning. An intruder broke into his hotel room at the Rio around 6:30 a.m. and ran away when Deep woke up and tried to confront him. The intruder managed to run away and disappear rather quickly. Deep said that he immediately reported the break-in to the Rio staff and said he wanted to see if Rio security will be able to find the intruder with the CCTV footage. His post received a lot of attention on Twitter as a number of poker players also shared instances in the past where they felt the security and service at the Rio all-suit was well below par. However, there was also some reporting bias at work. The reason so many players are aware of these occurrences at the Rio is because so many of the players spend so much time on the property during the WSOP. This creates something of a feedback loop that may amplify the situation as it pertains to the Rio specifically. The WSOP brought thousands of players over to the Rio, and all of them come with money in some form or the other. Criminals are very well aware that poker players staying at the Rio all-suit and those playing at the WSOP will have either their cards or cash on them or in their rooms. This is one of the reasons why the WSOP asks poker players to be vigilant at all times and why the Rio tends to increase security during the tournament. However, it appeared that these measures were not good enough based on the number of complaints that were coming in on Deep's post over the security failings at the Rio. Number 4.
More dumbass, pasty face shit. Shout out to Stan Autry. You know what I'm saying? With the $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you. He said, Auntie, they say they call snitching when you were involved in the crime. Next breath saying they stick to a code of no snitching while snitching. Yep. Now, this shit is stupid, you know? Because look, I've played at the Rio for World Series of Poker events, but I ain't never stayed at the Rio. Like, that's stupid. That's dumb. That's dumb. I remember when I played in an event at the fucking Rio, as soon as I came out of that bitch, because they got a red carpet and shit when the WSOP, but they don't do it at the Rio no more, probably because of some shit like this. But I remember, hey, from inside of the damn room, I call up my homie. What up, Brownie? I call up my homie. I'm like, yo, I'm done, bro. Come get me. And come get me, because the damn sure ain't out in the fucking desert by myself. Come get me. Motherfucker pull right up to the red carpet, drop top Mustang, the rental, and I just hop in that shit and we gone. Because, the Rio off strip. Like, fuck out of here. Like, ain't like, the fuck. You just about to follow me, and you gonna have to rob both of us. Like, that's stupid. And then these motherfuckers talk about, oh, motherfucker broke into my room and shit like that. Like, how the fuck does somebody break into your fucking hotel room? Like, I'm still on that shit. Like, that's some, that sound like some inside job shit. What the fuck? You're supposed to be able to break in to them doors and shit. Somebody done got the key or somebody forced their way in. You don't want to be real about what you was really doing, homeboy. You probably done let some prostitutes in that motherfucker. You feel me? You probably done let some prostitutes in that bitch. And then they was like, fuck it. They getting the whole drop. He ain't want to keep it real about that shit. Somebody break into your motherfucking room. I don't want to hear that shit. Pasty faces just, hey, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
December 2011, the poker world was shocked to find out that 2010 WSOP main event champion Jonathan Duhamel has been bound, beaten, and robbed at his Montreal home. According to Duhamel's account.
Now we're going to hear this story again, because this is like the wildest story about how he got caught up in his house. You know what I'm saying? His girl done set him up. That's what I'm saying. Don't listen to him, Brownie. They're going to try to say, oh, but these black women, man, fuck out of here, man. Hey, I done showed you. Hey, Becky be setting Brad the fuck up. Becky be setting Brad up. Get all that bread.
The robbers forced their way into the house early in the morning, then started to attack him. Eventually, they tied him up and began hitting the poker pro repeatedly until he told him where the valuables were. Duhamel was forced to give them access to his safe, where the thieves absconded with his main event bracelet, a Rolex Submariner.
Look at this shit. I'm gonna show y'all one more time. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. This is when this motherfucker won the goddamn main event. Yeah, all that. All that. Real money. And you think this shit all fun and games, homie? Nah, homie, you something to eat. Just like Stan said, welcome to America. And on top of that shit, this motherfucker got robbed in Canada. $8.5 million. Cash money. All bricks. All bricks of cash.
The Mariner watch that had been presented to him by PokerStars, and approximately about $115,000.
For real. Like, how the fuck some goons gonna be able to rob you when you got your goons with you? But these motherfuckers don't be rolling with it. I'm telling you, y'all think it's a joke. It ain't just motherfuckers on YouTube and in these spaces. It's anti-social. You got million, man. I'm telling you. You know? You know, ladies, y'all want to lick. Y'all picking the wrong motherfuckers. Trust me. These motherfuckers got backpacks full of $100 bills.
In cash. In a stunning turn of events, it was later found out that Bianca Rojas, who was Jonathan Duhamel's ex, was the mastermind behind this incident. Shortly after winning the WSOP main event in 2010, Jonathan met Rojas, who allegedly posed as a medical student in order to impress him. She moved in with him.
Look at this shit. She moved in with him. Nigga ain't never motherfucking home. And then, hey, got that motherfucker bammed for his Rolex, his bracelet, and about $300,000 in cash, $400,000 in cash. You know?
In March of 2011, but the relationship would end in August following a spat. This wasn't the end of the story between the duo, however. In early December, Rojas spoke to a female acquaintance and the genesis of the robbery was discussed. Duhamel immediately suspected Rojas was behind the incident and told the police the day after the robbery. Authorities obtained
Yeah, he knew he knew that. He knew. Yeah, that bitch set me up. Yeah. Yeah. That's why we tried to tell them they got on my case. Yeah, those are real bricks of cash. Facts. Ain't no, those ain't fake ones. That ain't that ain't rap money. That was real money. Real money. You know, and he knew it. Yo, she bitch set me up, man. So when the motherfuckers be talking, oh man, this is Western women and American women and black women, fuck out of here, bro. A lick is a lick, nigga. You a lick here, you be a lick anywhere. A lick is a lick. That is what it is. Use the bank, man. You know, banks are your friend. Put the money in the bank.
messages from Rojas's acquaintance, which cast her as the mastermind of the attack. On Christmas Eve, Rojas was taken into custody and she almost immediately rolled over on her co-conspirators. Two men, John Stephen Clark and Anthony Bork, were apprehended shortly thereafter in a Montreal hotel after apparently spending large amounts of money on partying. Much of the money stolen was recovered, and a few months later, a badly damaged WSOP main event bracelet was recovered near a dumpster with Duhamel's last name scratched off. WSOP officials later gave Duhamel a replacement bracelet. In September of 2011, Bianca eventually...
Now, you think they gave that motherfucker that bracelet out of generosity? No, they did not. Okay? They like, fuck, man, you a former main event champion, bro. You gotta have your bracelet because you kind of, you know, you kind of like endorsing us. So we need you to do that. And every now and then, you know, when you show back up to the event, you know, put that shit in the cage. You know, put that shit in the display box so we can put that shit on display for everybody to see. You know?
Pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 42 months in prison, followed by a 3-year probation. Number 5. In August of 2020, an Arizona woman was arrested for allegedly stealing about $1 million in cash and valuables from poker pro Antonio.
Another woman, and she got $1 million in cash. She hit this goofy motherfucker here for $1 million. You know, Now, if y'all don't know who this is Antonio Esfandiari, also known as the Magician. They call him that shit because he used to be a magician out in Vegas doing fucking magic tricks and shit. Well, guess what? Your old lady made your money disappear, motherfucker.
Esfandiari. Antonio and his father reported a number of things missing from their Panorama Towers condo on July 14th. Included in the inventory was $150,000 in cash, about $500,000 in casino chips, jewelry, watches, and a gold suitcase, and his 2012 WSOP Big One for One Drop bracelet. However, the accused...
Now, how the fuck did she get into your condo? How the fuck people just get into your fucking condo? And that's another thing about when they say, oh boy got busted at the Rio. Look, if you've ever stayed at a casino hotel, you understand how this works, right? Usually there are no rooms on the first floor. So just to be able to get onto the elevator, you need your room key just to be able to get onto the elevator. And it's not just a, you know, like, what's the term? Like a security sensor or something that you show the key. They usually have security. Like they have a person manning the elevator to get there. You know, and the same rules apply with these high-rise condos and shit out there. You know? So, that was your chick. They done seen you go up there with her. She likely had a key to your fucking spot. And then you got.
These women left several clues behind that quickly led to her arrest. Esfandiari informed police about a rumor that he had heard that the woman who works as a poker dealer in Arizona had been to Las Vegas to play in a private poker game. The game's host kept track of the players and their buy-ins in a ledger. The woman, Svetlana Silva, bought in for $5,000, signing her name in the record. After she busted, she ponied up another...
Svetlana. That's her name. Not Keisha, not Becky, but Svetlana. No?
$20,000. She lost twice more, each time buying in for another $30,000. So right there was a huge red flag. After running out of cash, police said that someone drove her to a Las Vegas apartment from where she got a safe. She then went back to the poker game and bought back in with $100,000 worth of Aria chips. Silva lost again and used $200,000 in Bellagio chips to keep playing. She finally won some money, cashed out, and left. Before Silva left the game, another player cashed out and was given some of the cash chips she bought in the game. She then actually sent the guy a text telling him that the chips are marked and will be flagged by a casino's computer to prevent someone else from cashing them out. She offered to buy back her Aria chips. When Silva was arrested in the Aria parking garage, police found multiple $25,000 Bellagio and Aria chips and large amounts of cash on her. Silva was booked into the Clark County Detention Center on charges of burglary and possession of stolen property. Number 6. Our next story is pretty insane because the odds of that happening are slim to none. On November 30th, 2013, the New York Post reported that poker player Eric Riley was robbed not once, but twice in what seemed like a routine trip to the airport. According to the report, Riley was being given a ride to JFK International Airport in New York from a friend named Junior. When the two arrived at the airport, Riley hopped out of the car to retrieve his bag from the trunk where it was being stored during the transport. However, Junior sped away with the trunk wide open after Riley got out of the car, but before he was able to retrieve his bag, the bag that contained $100,000 in cash.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. You know, appreciate that, Stan. Shout out to Stan, you know, with the $2 ball. You can't make this shit up. Your boy drove you to the fucking airport. You know, you put $100,000 in the backpack. and put that shit in the trunk. Soon as you got out of the car, nigga just drove off with your shit. Just drove off with your shit. I'm telling you, man. You can't make this shit up, man. Oh, his name was Junior. Yeah. Junior robbed me.
Riley was quick to act and hopped in the first cab he saw, instructing the driver to quickly follow Junior's vehicle. After catching up with the car at a red light, Riley hopped out of the cab, ran to Junior's car, and grabbed his bag from the wide-open trunk. It was then that things escalated, even more so for Riley. After that, a black car reportedly pulled up to the scene, 2 men inside claiming to be undercover cops, and offered help to Riley in form of a ride. Riley got into the car with the 2 men, only to have a gun pulled on him. The men...
And then now you're getting robbed for the rest of it. They claim to be undercover. You hear that shit? You can't make that shit up. You know? So this was a planned motherfucking job. All right? It's like, follow me. We about to rob this motherfucker. Okay? And on the way out, follow me some more. And when old boy followed them in the cab, the 2 homies that was following them said, yo, we undercover cop. We undercover cops. Get in. We got you. And then they robbed his ass again. That motherfucker got robbed twice in the same day.
More so for Riley. After that, a black car reportedly pulled up to the scene, 2 men inside claiming to be undercover cops, and offered help to Riley in form of a ride. Riley got into the car with the 2 men, only to have a gun pulled on him. The men demanded that Riley give them the bag of money, but Riley clung tightly to his belongings before leaping from the car. After gathering himself, Riley got into a second cab where he was taken to the police to report the incident. Number 7. On July...
I mean, I'm laughing, but it ain't funny. Because old boy could have, like, lost his life right there. Over some money. It ain't even worth it, man. If you do get caught up and get got like that, bro, just let it go. Let it go. You can always get some more money. Like, for real.
1st, 2019, professional poker player Joe Salvaggi shared his tragic and terrifying experience on Twitter, claiming that he was robbed at gunpoint outside the Rio. In an exclusive interview with 13 Action News, Salvaggi said that his attacker was dressed in camouflage as he shoved a gun in his face and ordered Salvaggi to turn over his backpack. Joe said that his backpack included the keys to his rental car, as well as $8,000 in cash and chips that he had won playing poker at the WSOP. He stated on Twitter that he believed that the robbery was pre-planned and that police have the theft on surveillance video. However, it appeared they may not be able to track the thief. The social media reaction to Salvaggi's misfortune had been mixed. While many have been sympathetic to Joe's plight, others felt that some of the blame has to be taken by the poker player since he was carrying cash.
Yeah! You stupid! You dumb! Thank you, Stan. Just use the cage deposit boxes. You know? Use the wiring amenities. No, you win 100 grand. Get you a fucking escort to the bank. Drop the shit off. What the fuck is the problem? And make sure you got a homie you trust with you.
Defending himself, Joe said,
as a cash game grinder, as we call it in our industry, we just have to have cash on it and hand at all times, or else, we can't play.
Many have also blamed the Rio and WSOP for not providing adequate security in the parking lots. Although terrifying, this tragedy should serve as a lesson for all the players in the desert city, especially those who are competing in the WSOP. According to the advice given by security experts, people should gamble with a friend by their side, players should be wary of overly friendly people, and that they should always be aware of their surroundings.
Well, I'm gonna tell you a story. I know Smitty was just up here. It was a story, man. Now, you gotta be leery of a bunch of different shit, especially when you out in some random ass city. But I remember I was in Atlantic City, by myself, and I had a homie that was supposed to come through, and meet me out there. But he wasn't coming through until later on that night. So I'm dolo, so I'm a little cautious about anybody. I don't know these motherfuckers, because it ain't even just you ain't even just worried about being robbed, because I wasn't sitting on a bunch of cash or none of that shit on me. But you ain't even just cautious about being robbed. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. You gotta be cautious about, like, it be some yags out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never know what the fuck might just happen to your ass. Like, motherfuckers might, like, literally want to take advantage of you, man. Like, for real. So I ain't trying to make no new friends in these motherfuckers. But here's the story. I was on break at one of those events because, it was a dinner break. So dinner break usually about an hour, right? And one of these random Caucasian dudes, come up to me because, I'm playing, I'm busting the table's ass and shit. And, he starts asking me about a story or some shit like that. And motherfucker was just like it says, just overly friendly. Just weird, kind of overly friendly. And then the motherfucker started asking me about if I want to go to, if I like want to go to the restaurant and have dinner and go check out another tournament. Like, the fuck? That's so nah, bro. I'm good, bro. We good. Nice to meet you. I'm out. It's right in the goddamn casino lobby and shit. Like, I'm out. Need no new friends. Like, what the fuck? Like, you gotta be leery about all of that shit, man. Because people don't want to just take your money, man. They might just want to take you. Like, for real. Be aware of your surroundings. Real shit.
Number 8. On May 2018, longtime poker pro Tapio Vihakas posted on the 2+2 forum about an incident at the Party Poker Live Millions in Barcelona. Tapio was staying in Hotel Ars during the tournament. He claimed that he had 4,700 euros in his laptop bag while he was out with his wife.
Real shit, Stan. That was some weird shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Some random ass cracker just come up to me, man, all fucking friendly, bro. I don't even know you. Now, I get it, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to poker and shit, sometimes you can exchange a couple bad beat stories and shit like that, out in the lobby or in the card room and shit like that. But nah, you too motherfucking friendly. Like, you just nah, man. You go to fuck over there with that shit, man. I don't need no friends. Real shit. I don't need no friends. Fuck that. Yeah.
Housekeeping cleaned the room. Next morning, as he was about to transfer money from his laptop back to his wallet, he noticed 2,000 euros were missing. Upon calling the reception and the manager about the incident, the manager gave a generic reply that they trust their employees 100% and that the theft was not committed by their staff. Then Tapio made a rating on TripAdvisor where he told that the hotel staff stole from him. The hotel gave an email address to contact where he got contacted by a lawyer threatening to sue Tapio if he continued to trash talk about their clients, Hotel Arts. This is not the first time poker players experience shady activity in the hotel while playing in Barcelona. Back in 2013, high-stakes PLO pro Jens Kjolin got his laptop hacked in the same hotel. Even though most forum members agreed with Tapio, some were criticizing him for staying in a hotel with such a bad reputation and being irresponsible to keep large sums of cash in a hotel room. Number 9.
It's like Nicer said, them goofies in Spain, they're trying, for real, man. Like, just stupid, bro. Just stupid. Like, you ain't even in some other some other state or some random city. You in some other country. You stupid.
In October of 2010, former WSOP November 9er Scott Montgomery was robbed by a man in the restroom during a break from a tournament that he was participating in. Montgomery became a well-known poker player when he was part of the 2008 November 9, in which he finished 5th in the main event for $3.1 million. It seems that the mugger picked his victim well, targeting the poker pro while he was alone in the bathroom. According to the player's Twitter account, a guy pulled a knife on him while they were in the restroom, and after he emptied the $2,000 out of his wallet and handed it to his attacker, the man left. Scott told his Twitter account followers what he was told by the security, saying that they basically told him, "Oh well, life sucks."
Yeah, because there ain't a goddamn thing they could do about it. Ain't a fucking thing you could do about that shit.
Nice day. Many players pointed out that the Bellagio should take some responsibility for the incident,
What up,
considering
Stack?
that it took the security almost 15 minutes to show up at the scene. Number 10. In 2010, professional poker player Carter Phillips was involved in a bizarre and frightening incident during the 2010 EPT Barcelona stop. William Reynolds, a professional poker player and a friend of Phillips who grinds on PokerStars, took to the 2+2 message boards to explain the strange event that apparently gave Phillips reason to reconsider his current line of work. According to Reynolds, he and Phillips and a fellow player, Kavian Payman, had gone to a bar in Barcelona during the time off between the events of EPT Barcelona. When leaving the bar, Payman was hit by a trio of thieves who helped themselves to 4,000 euros from his pocket, then took off. The group of poker players, never once to give up without a struggle, gave chase. The pickpockets escaped into a subway entrance near a restaurant and slammed on the security gates, leaving Payman, Reynolds, and Phillips stranded on the outside. Desperate to get to the crooks, they started banging the restaurant's metal door, hoping.
Just stupid. Like I say, like, you stupid motherfuckers gonna chase somebody down like there's a goddamn thing you motherfuckers can do about it. You're lucky they ran and didn't just beat y'all asses.
To get some help from the workers that were inside. In his frustration, Payman punched the window. The consequence of this last action was far from the desired outcome, as two Spanish men soon emerged through the door, carrying a frying pan and an 18-inch machete. Unable to communicate effectively with the three poker players, the restaurant workers started threatening them with their weapons. Payman apparently took a smash to the head with the frying pan, but the Spaniards retreated soon after realizing the trio of poker players meant no harm. Phillips has been the target of a lot of criticism since the story came out on the forums. Many commenters, while being sympathetic about Payman's loss in the initial robbery, feel that the three players acted foolishly and put themselves in a dangerous situation which wasn't necessary. Number 11. Four-time World Poker Tour champion Darren Elias and his family were given quite the scare in March of 2019 when a man with a gun broke into his New Jersey home. The robber focused his attention on the 19-year-old babysitter who was minding the couple's kids because Elias and his wife were not at home at the time. The suspect, identified as 24-year-old North Philadelphia resident Shannon Soroka, allegedly forced entry into the house and led the babysitter around with a gun to her back, looking for cash and other valuables. Soroka eventually locked her in the bathroom. The teenager apparently escaped from a window and called 911 from a neighbor's house before Soroka fled the scene by car. Soroka was later arrested after investigators received a tip. It does appear that Darren Elias was specifically targeted in this incident. Soroka, meanwhile, was a part-time poker player who had a few small scores of his own, cashing for $19,000 since the start of 2017. It turned out that he had ran up serious debts totaling tens of thousands of dollars through gambling. Soroka faced a long list of serious charges and was lucky to only receive a 13-year sentence. Number 12. In December of 2012, Danish poker pro Theo Jorgensen was shot in a home robbery. The attack occurred at about 10 p.m. on Sunday, December 2nd, as three men forced their way into Jorgensen's home about 21 kilometers south of Copenhagen. Theo and his wife were just relaxing at the time. Three men wearing elephant masks barged in and demanded money. Obviously not wanting the terror to escalate, Theo directed the intruders to the money they had on the premises. The Dane forked out what amounted to $6,200 in cash. However, the robbers were unhappy with this amount, and one of them shot Jorgensen in the leg 3 times. His wife, who witnessed the entire scene, called the police immediately after the robbers took off. They arrived too late to catch the criminals, but Jorgensen was quickly driven to the hospital. Luckily, he recovered in a few weeks' time. All 3 suspects were male, and no one was apprehended according to reports. He later pointed out that he was a cautious man and had taken precautions against such a theft, including installing alarms. He, however, conceded that his efforts had unfortunately proved not to be enough.
Number 13.
On February 10, 2021, Poker Pro Chad Power's phone went off with an alert from his home security system. By opening the alert, Chad was able to watch from afar as 2 men walked out of his house with a safe on their shoulders. According to the police, Chad did not recognize either man. He could be sure of this fact because, as the police put it, both suspects had lowered or removed their face masks at this point and their faces were visible. The safe was an impressive haul for the 2 criminals. Inside the safe, according to Chad, were about $750,000 in cash and $250,000 worth of
safe on the shoulder. So my bad. I was talking about this one earlier. No, they didn't crack it, but eventually they did fucking crack it. Yeah, he had $750,000 in cash. Why you would have that much money in fucking cash in your home fucking safe is beyond me. Like, it's beyond me. That's just fucking stupid. Like, it makes no fucking sense, bro. Like, it makes no sense at all. At all.
high-value poker chips. Chad Power believed he was followed home from the casino, and the robbers waited until he left home before carrying out their operation. Thanks to the mask slip-up, police were able to match the perpetrator's face to Chad Power's.
And also, what the fuck kind of safe you got where a bitch could just pick that shit up and leave with it? Like, you ain't got that bitch bolted to the fucking ground? That don't make no goddamn sense. That don't make no sense at all. Like, just stupid.
Surveillance footage. One of the perps named Brewer was a suspect in one case that saw $15,000 stolen in a similar raid, and the CCTV footage from Chad Power's home matched Brewer and his known gang associate, Trevon Battle. Brewer's phone records also placed him near Power's house of residence on the date of the robbery. He was connected to the purchase of 2 new cars in the last few months that were bought in cash and registered in his mother's name. Police arrested him 2 months later.
Number 14.
Amarillo Slim was a victim of a savage attack on January of 2009 that forced him to check into the hospital with multiple injuries. Slim was owed $3,000 for a gambling debt and had agreed to take a 4-wheeler as collateral. He was lured to a field where he thought that he would be going to collect his collateral. Instead, he was beaten and robbed. During the vicious attack, Amarillo Slim suffered multiple injuries, including a broken hand, thumb, and jaw. He was also robbed of $8,000 in cash, as well as a diamond ring worth $85,000.
Number.
Yeah. You know? I mean, you kind of feel bad for him, but then you really don't. I think we done heard enough, about that shit. Hold up. What else we got here? I'm gonna kind of switch stories. All right. But we're gonna go back to this motherfucker right here before we do. Right? Don't be like this motherfucker, this stupid ass motherfucker in a goddamn Airbnb, you know what I'm saying, that's fucking duct taped, hog tied, barefoot and shit and broke. Don't be stupid like that. Just like Stan Autry said, use the cage casino boxes. Have your homies with you. Have your fucking homies with you. And for real, that should be your only concern is, of course, your own safety first, and then the safety of your fucking bread. Okay? That should be your first concern. So real shit, as soon as you win that motherfucking shit, make sure you secure it. Cage deposit boxes, get an escort to the bank, whatever. Make you a motherfucking deposit. whatever the case may be, and poof, be done. That makes sense, right? That makes some sense. Now, we got another story here.
East Point police want to find the person. The horrific shooting happened Wednesday morning as Dorothy Gordon handed out baked goods from the trunk of her car. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor joins us from Grady Memorial Hospital, where she just talked with the 75-year-old son.
Well, good afternoon, Christine. This shooting has angered a whole lot of community members and even veteran lawmen. And with a bullet still lodged in her back.
It was terrible, you know. It's you never know what's going to happen, and somebody's trying to do the right thing, and then.
Now, this is a 75-year-old grandmother that was shot while handing out baked goods out of the trunk of her car. I'm going to spin that back so y'all can hear the goddamn story. It shows you how slimy motherfuckers are in this world. You know, you can't do... Most of these motherfuckers, you can't do shit nice for them. You can't do shit nice for them or from the community. Like, who the fuck does that? Over a woman handing out cakes and pies and shit.
East Point police want to find the person who shot a Good Samaritan as she passed out food to the needy. The horrific shooting happened Wednesday morning as Dorothy Gordon handed out baked goods from the trunk of her car. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor joins us from Grady Memorial Hospital, where she just talked with the 75-year-old son.
Well, good afternoon, Christine. This shooting has angered a whole lot of community members and even veteran lawmen, and it's left 75-year-old Dorothy Gordon here at Grady Memorial Hospital with a bullet still lodged in her back.
I think it was terrible. You know, it's just you never know what's going to happen, and somebody's trying to do the right thing, and then stuff like this happen.
Justin Gordon is flabbergasted that someone would shoot his mother, Dorothy Gordon, at 9 o'clock in the morning as she passed out food Wednesday at this Chevron on Washington Road in East Point.
Mom usually donates food, so she was handing out food at the gas station, and then some stray bullet struck my mom in the back.
East Point police say the shooter took off. Crime Stoppers has posted a $5,000 reward for anyone with information. Even police are livid behind the senseless shooting.
Right now, I mean, I get the reward, but right now our biggest reward is finding out exactly what happened. We're angry by this, we're saddened by this, and we want to bring the family justice.
And East Point police say there were really a lot of people in the area when this shooting happened on Wednesday morning. They are asking anyone with information to give Crime Stoppers a call. That number is 404 5.
Like, you really can't make this shit up, and that's extremely sad, you know. Now, I know people will be like, oh, well, there's got to be more to the story. It's like, I don't give a fuck if it is. Like, that's a 75-year-old woman. The fuck you had to shoot her in the back for? Like, there's no excuse for that shit. Like, there is legit no excuse for that shit. You know? At all.
The record, State of Wisconsin versus DeQuella Collins, case 25 CF 1634, appearances.
Matthew Tarbinson appears for the state. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Attorney Abigail Ruckdash on behalf of Ms. DeQuella Collins. She appears in person. Good afternoon.
All right, she's in person. Good afternoon, Ms. Collins. We are here for a sentencing of following guilty pleas to 2 counts. 1, neglecting a child where the consequence is bodily harm as a party to a crime. That's a Class H felony. And count 2, straw purchase of a firearm, a Class G felony. I believe we're ready to go. Don't believe.
Now, this is a sentencing hearing for a woman that is being sentenced for the death of her son. Now, we're about to hear the details right here. Yeah, we getting morbid today. But it's fucked up, but it's actual reality.
I don't have any pretrial filings that speaks to anything, character letters or victim impact statements or anything like that. Is there?
No.
Yeah, the state's recommending that the court sentence Ms. Collins to a term in the Wisconsin State Prison System of 3. On April 1st of 2025, Ms. Collins' 6-year-old son, DeQuell, accessed a firearm. He possessed that firearm and used that firearm, ultimately resulting in a gunshot wound to his head. Just after 9:30 in the evening, Ms. Collins' mother, Alicia Collins, discovered DeQuell with a gunshot wound to the head. She immediately phoned 911. Emergency responders arrived on scene within minutes and attempted life-saving measures on DeQuell's body. Those life-saving measures proved unsuccessful, and DeQuell was pronounced deceased on scene. DeQuell was just 3 days shy of his 7th birthday when he died. The death of DeQuell was completely and wholly preventable. We have a problem in Milwaukee County with firearms. We have a problem in Milwaukee County with felons possessing firearms. We have a problem in Milwaukee County with, like Ms. Collins, purchasing firearms and giving those firearms or allowing felons to use those firearms. An argument can be made that Ms. Collins suffered the greatest penalty one possibly could for her actions already, because by providing her brother a firearm, by allowing her brother to access her own firearm, she has lost the life of her son. And there probably is no greater penalty for Ms. Collins for that. But when one examines Ms. Collins' text messages in her phone in the month leading up to what happened, it demonstrates that Ms. Collins, with her brother, was acting in concert to get him a gun, to allow him to possess a gun, to allow him to make arrangements to sell her firearm to others in the community. All in an attempt to avoid the consequences. Quintel Collins was a convicted felon. He had just been released on extended supervision for his felony fleeing offense approximately a month or so before this took place. Ms. Collins knew her brother was a convicted felon. She knew he was not to possess a firearm, and she facilitated him getting a gun. She actually asked him to assist her in purchasing ammunition for her own firearm. The two would communicate fairly regularly about firearms through text messages, and it was during the late morning hours, just after 11 o'clock in the morning on April 1st of 2025, when Quintel sent a video on Instagram where he was rapping, holding Ms. Collins' firearm and his firearm. Haunting in that video are the feet and the legs of DeQuell that can be seen laying on the back of the couch. Also haunting in this case are the text messages that Ms. Collins sends to her brother in the weeks before, because she talks about how her son looks up to Quintel, how her son sees Quintel with this firearm that is, according to Ms. Collins, something that Quintel carried every single day with an extended magazine, a convicted felon, in her home, in front of her own child. And here we have a 6-year-old child doing what children do. Children are fantastic mimickers. They watch adults and they want to be like adults. DeQuell saw Quintel with the firearm. He wanted to be Quintel because this was glorified. This was cool. And it cost him his life. So in some respects, I understand that Ms. Collins has suffered a great penalty already through her own conduct. When she received that video on April 1st of 2025, she sent a text message back to Quintel telling him to put her gun up. Ms. Collins also.
All right. So if y'all are just tuning in, it looks like this is a serious neglect charge and just serious neglect. All right. She got firearms. Her brother, who's a convicted felon, has firearms, and the 6-year-old child got a hold of the firearms that these motherfuckers are just playing with like they're toys. And now the child is no longer with us because these motherfuckers are extremely neglectful, stupid, and they treat firearms as if they're toys.
According to what she told law enforcement, called her mother and asked her mother to address the situation. She had a video demonstrating the danger right before her. She sent a text message to someone who's completely unreliable and sent a laughing emoji back to her, and then went about life as if it were normal. She didn't take any additional steps. Again, it seems to be just routine and acceptable conduct. I would think a parent find it alarming, would find it concerning, and will want to take actions to protect their child. To Ms. Collins' credit, after the death of her child, she's the one that provided the video of Quintel. She gave a full statement to law enforcement regarding what was taking place, at least with regards to Quintel possessing the firearm. Ms. Collins said that she purchased the firearm because her brother convicted and the firearm into the house and drama. And therefore she felt that she needed to possess this gun for protection. Those statements to law enforcement stand in contrast to the text messages that she exchanges with Quintel. It does not appear in her text messages that she's afraid of the people that are coming around as a result of her brother being released, having a gun, and engaging in the conduct that he did. It seems like tracing that conduct and wanting to be a part of that conduct. In some aspects, being cooperative with law enforcement, providing the video to law enforcement. With regards to Ms. Collins' character, she has one prior criminal conviction, and it's a misdemeanor conviction. Beyond that, I see no other criminal conduct on the part of Ms. Collins. So before this, she had one conviction and for a relatively minor offense. Ms. Collins also deserves taking credit and accepting responsibility in this case by entering a plea, not taking the matter to trial. Certainly, she could have tried to take this case to trial and point the finger at her brother as the main person that was involved, though the text messages would have proved that to, from the state's estimation, be a futile attempt. With regards to protection of the public, there is a need for both specific deterrence and general deterrence in this case. The need for general deterrence in Milwaukee County is huge. There should be consequences for individuals provide firearms to convicted felons. And that's what Ms. Collins did. Our community at large needs to understand that there's going to be consequences, that there's going to be punishment. If you try and avoid the laws by facilitating convicted felons getting guns.
Yeah, we're gonna fast forward through this a little bit.
That are here to support Miss Collins, not only as she navigates this criminal case, but as she navigates the loss of her own son. The main person that's here that I know Miss Collins relies on is her mother, Miss Alicia Collins. She's in the front row in the pink. I know Miss Alicia Collins wanted to address the court at one point, but is feeling a little bit, I know this court knows the galleon factors it must take into consideration here. Obviously, protection of the public. It's clear Miss Collins is not a threat to the public. This isn't a shooting that happened and her son was in the crossfire or something like that. She wasn't shooting at anyone or being any type of reckless or doing any type of violent crime.
See, and this is the shit that I don't like. Like, I get it, you're her lawyer, so it's your job to defend her and shit like that. But don't say that this motherfucking volatile idiot is not a danger to themselves and the people around them. She's a volatile, neglectful idiot. All right? She is a danger to the community. Because her brother, who she knew wasn't shit and was a convicted fucking felon, she went out of her way to purchase a fucking firearm for him. She's a serious fucking danger. Even if that's through 3 degrees of separation. She might not pull the trigger herself, but she gonna make sure, or help to make sure, that motherfuckers that ain't supposed to have weapons have them. Now, I'm sick of people trying to make statements and shit to protect the fucking stupid. Stupid people are the biggest fucking danger. Stupid, neglectful people that don't fucking think are a bigger danger than the people that knowingly do bad. And the reason why is because their stupidity is often forgiven. It's forgiven and it's overlooked. So, as long as you're going to forgive and overlook absolute fucking stupidity, and stupidity is going to have no consequences, you're going to see more stupid people. You're going to see more neglectful people. Why should people use their brains and think and take precautions and not put themselves in fucked up situations if ain't no consequences for the fucked up situations that they put themselves and other people in? Nah. You know? Prosecute stupid motherfuckers to the fullest extent of the goddamn law. See what the fucking problem is. You know, y'all be having too much sympathy for the stupid. They're your biggest dangers. Trust me.
She has been out on Justice Point since April of last year. As far as I can tell, there's been no issues with Miss Collins being out on bond. She reports to Justice Point. She follows this court's order, this court's orders. As far as character of the defendant, Miss Collins, at the time that this happened, was working a job. She was working at a group home. When she received that message from Mr. Quintel Collins, she was at that job. She did respond to Mr. Quintel Collins when she saw the video and said, you know, something along the lines of, like, don't do that in front of my son. And then he, in his immature ways, sends back a laughing face. Now, should Miss Collins have followed up? Of course. Now, Miss Collins did talk to her mother, Miss Alicia Collins, who is the owner of the house where Miss Collins, her kids, and Quintel Collins were living. I don't know if that message ever made it to Quintel Collins or if it was too late or what happened with that. The issue that I have here, Your Honor, is sometimes we get caught in our own world here where we think people can leave their jobs whenever they want, run home, do that. Miss Collins wasn't working a job where she could just leave whenever she wanted. She was working at a group home with elderly people, and if she would have just left, those elderly people would have been left alone. That's not something that her job allowed her to do. It's not like she was out in the club. It's not like she was out at a bar and just decided not to come home. She was working a job to provide for her kids. Ms. Collins was arrested. I believe that she has 16 or 17 days of credit from this incident. She did post bond, which was set at $10,000 and has been out on bond that entire time. When she originally was released from custody, she went back to that group home job, but was ultimately asked to leave that job given that the state licensing requirements for that group home. They told that group home felony working at that group home.
Yeah, that job that you were so concerned to try to keep. That's why you neglected your fucking kids. They don't want motherfuckers working there that neglect their kids. That's it. Yeah.
I think that makes sense whether or not we agree with it. Ms. Collins then took it upon herself and has been working at Amazon since then. She works 4/12s, so she works 4 on, 3 off. And on her off days is when she schedules and takes her children, her 2 remaining children, to therapy. One is 4, one is 2. Obviously, it's a little bit hard for children that little to sort of process what they've gone through and things of that nature. So I am really proud of Ms. Collins for taking her kids to therapy, no matter how little they are. I believe they go to what's called shoreline therapy. They have offices in Wisconsin, Illinois, and Colorado. The 2 kids do their therapy together because I'm told, I don't know if it stems from this incident or what, or the trauma response, but the 2 children cannot be separated from each other. The 4-year-old and the 2-year-old have to be together all the time. They only have 2 people that they feel safe with, Ms. DeQuayla Collins and Ms. Alicia Collins. If they try to go with other friends and family members, they cry, they will not do it. I think that's understandable given the traumatic loss of their brother. Ms. Collins also receives therapy, and she was quite candid with me when she said, it's really hard for me to process what happened with my brother. She still wants to love her brother and forgive her brother. But I think rightfully that's hard to do when he is responsible for the death of your child. And I think she's wrestling with those emotions. And
the reason why she's wrestling with those emotions is because even though her brother is a total fuck up, and yes, he does bear some responsibility for the death of her child, she is the one that's responsible for the death of her child by putting her children in that situation and allowing for that shit to happen. It's your responsibility to protect your fucking kids. No? So call it what the fuck it is. That's why her brother is not being sentenced today for this shit. She is.
Glad that she is seeking professional help to work through those emotions, because I'm sure they're not easy. It's not easy to do. The family also receives family therapy, again, from Shoreline Therapy. And I am hopeful that there'll be positive outcomes for her 2 remaining children and for Ms. Collins, but specifically for her children here. As the state said, Ms. Collins cooperated with police. She even identified her brother on a surveillance footage for the officers, as well as Quintel Collins is running away in the alley. I think that leaves, Your Honor, a small child leaves this world. It's a horrible and terrible offense. that loss to this family and to this community. But Miss Collins' part in that is small. I think.
Wow. Man, lawyers might just be, defense attorneys like this might just be the scum of the fucking earth. Well, they said her part in this is small.
That this case is different, even if Miss Collins does nothing when she receives that video. The fact that she even responded to her brother and told her brother what to put that gun away shows that she was trying the best that she could under the circumstances as being a working mother.
Or you could tell that motherfucker, get the fuck out of my goddamn house, and if I come home and your ass is still in my house, I'm going to have the police remove you. Because you're a convicted felon with a fucking firearm. That's it.
Now, we can all have different opinions as to what Miss Collins should have done. But I think it boils down to this. You should be able to trust your own brother. Even if your brother is a felon, even if your brother is being, you should be able to trust your brother around his nephew. And I know that Miss Collins feels betrayed by the fact that she wasn't. I also would like to note that in this situation, there were two firearms, the one that Miss Collins purchased and the one that Quintel Collins apparently had, the one that Quintel hid under the garbage can and then came back, but police had already found it. So it happened to be Miss Collins' gun that unfortunately Aquarius/King was able to get a hold of, but there was also another gun, and I actually think that cuts both ways here. But I think it's worth mentioning that the fact that Quintel Collins was in this house at all, I think was a danger to King. And that isn't Miss Collins' choice or fault. Some people don't have anywhere else to go. But again, I still think you should be able to trust your own family. I have another case where a client left her child with her boyfriend who was clearly not responsible. I think that's different here because this is blood family. And I think you should be able to trust your blood family when your children are part of them too. So I think it comes down to this. How much do we punish Miss Collins? That's the only thing that's left. The Galleon factors point towards her being of good character, not a danger to the community. And I think her part in this offense that overall is severe is quite small. The state said it, and I'm going to say it again. I think losing her son is punishment enough. I really do. I think a prison or a jail sentence is going to shake up this remaining family even more than it already has. Miss Collins is doing what we would ask anyone in this situation to do. Get therapy for yourself, get therapy for your kids, be a contributing member of society. That's what she's doing. I looked up some information from the National Institute of Justice about general deterrence. They say that evidence suggests that general deterrence has a limited effect. It's usually the threat of legal consequences that prevents crimes, but research shows that certainty of being caught is vastly more effective than any sort of severity of punishment. I understand, I live in this community. I know that guns affect this community. I know people helping people who aren't supposed to have guns is a huge problem in this community. Everyone in this courtroom lives here and knows that.
And your client contributed to that.
There is too much of these type of cases where someone who's innocent ends up dead. There's too much. But this court doesn't see probationary sentences that often. That is what I'm asking this court to impose. I believe that all of the Galleon factors that this court must consider points to that. And I don't believe a prison sentence does anything here for general deterrence or specific deterrence. I think that Ms. Collins would be the first one to tell you she doesn't need to be deterred from any type of this or any type of criminal conduct ever again. And I don't think general deterrence is something that is going to work in this situation. I wish that I had a magic wand to figure out a way to stop gun violence in our communities, but sending Ms. Collins to prison isn't it.
It helps. It helps. That helps for a fucking deterrent. Because that man wasn't able to get a firearm on his own. He needed a non-convicted felon to help him do that shit. And she was it.
I worry about her two remaining children and how they would be without their mother, one of the two people in this entire huge family that's in the gallery that they feel safe with. She is doing what she can do to hold her family together during this extraordinary loss. I'm asking the court to consider staying 3 years of prison and putting Ms. Collins on probation. Quite frankly, I think her only probationary needs are to make sure that she stays out of trouble and make sure that she continues to not contact her brother and to make sure she continues to do the type of therapy and rehabilitation she needs to do for her and her children. There's no ALDA needs. I don't think there's any mental health needs. If there is, they're being addressed by the therapy she's already enrolled in. And quite frankly, I think prison would exacerbate some of the issues this family is facing. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Want to say anything? Ms. Collins, what did you want to tell me?
Judge, Ms. Collins had something written that she wanted to read, but she's feeling a little bit too emotional. So I think we'll call it good.
Like to read it for her?
That's okay.
All right, give me a minute.
PM?
Yeah, I did first and second shift.
She got there at 7 p.m. that day, Judge.
7 a.m.
Oh, 7 a.m. So were you working?
I did
You're
first
14 and a half
second
hours.
shift.
Oh, she worked a double that day.
I worked first and
That's what you were saying. I
The
misunderstood.
criminal complaint speaks of you being at your boyfriend's house when you got the email. Or
That was the day
got the video.
before. That was the
She was at her boyfriend's house. Her boyfriend's house. Instead of being home with her fucking kids, she was at her boyfriend's house.
the day before on the 31st. She was at her boyfriend's house. She was at work on the 1st.
Okay. The video was sent the day before?
No, the video, I believe, is sent that day.
She saw it when she was on break from work. She went to her boyfriend's house on the 31st and went to work that morning of the 1st.
I'll pull up her statement, Your Honor.
Please do.
31st and spent that day with her boyfriend, and that night she left for work the morning of April 1st from her boyfriend's house. Yeah, Judge, the message was sent at 11:28 a.m. on April 1st, 2025. She left her residence at 1:30 p.m. on March 31st and spent that day with her boyfriend, and that night she left for work the morning of April 1st from her boyfriend's house. And she received the message at 11:28 a.m. in the morning when she worked first and second shift at the group home.
All right. So whenever I sentence anyone, I need to consider three separate things: the gravity of the offense, the protection of the community, and the character of the defendant. I acknowledge Ms. Collins's loss of her son. And I acknowledge that that must be an unbearable loss. I also acknowledge that you're right. Not everybody can get up and walk out from work and say, I can't do this. I have to go home. There is an emergency. However, I also acknowledge that we live in a society where there are rules. And there are rules whether someone's your blood family or not. And while it's true that as far as we can tell, Ms. Collins has complied with this court's orders, she acted remarkably recklessly with regard to her brother.
And it's rare that I just agree with the judge, but I agree with the judge.
And the absolutely, positively cavalier way that she dealt with these guns. This story, these facts, I shouldn't put it as it's a story, I would be taken in a different light if we didn't have the benefit of the text messages. Because if this were really someone who said, you know, I have my own gun for my own safety. It is locked in a safe. No one has the key. No one has the combination. It's me, it's me, it's me. Oh, he took a hammer to the safe and broke in and got that lock open, and he got it, and there was nothing I could do about it. That would be a very, very different conversation. I think this is one of these things that everybody thinks that could never happen. That would never happen. My 6-year-old would never pick up a gun. He knows better. Except when you're 6, almost 7. You don't always make the best decisions. That's why we don't let kids enter into contracts. We don't let kids drive. We don't let kids. I remember once I was in 7th grade, My sister had just gotten married, and her sister-in-law, so my brother-in-law's sister, decided to take me to a festival. And she smoked, and I thought that was so cool. And she said, "Do you want a cigarette?" And I said, "Sure," as if I smoked all the time. I was so sick because I didn't smoke, but I was certainly trying to be cool. Because we do things. We do things that do that. I don't even know that he had the capacity to think I'm a grown-up. I can do this. All he knows is he thought his uncle was the shit.
Damn, shame when the fucking judge says that. He thought his uncle was the shit. Yeah, because his uncle just tote them shits like they toys.
He probably thought his uncle was the coolest thing he'd ever seen. And you knew that because all he was doing was talking about it. And the two of you were talking about this. Is there any word on the heat? Nope, just said shipped. As if it's the toaster you're ordering from Amazon. Is it here yet? Nope, just said shipped. Okay. You tell him to stop popping pills. And which is good sisterly advice. But you know, he's apparently doing drugs. He says he doesn't want to go to jail. I don't know what it means when you say someone's coming with a gun and a broom. Maybe that's literal. I don't know. And then he says to you, March 20th, you can hold this gun until I pay you all your money if you want to after. Then you say the next day, don't be leaving that gun anywhere in here because my son is steady talking about it. You knew he wanted to get his hands on it. You say, my gun came, and he says, I'll call you in a minute. Then you tell him, bring me my gun now.
Which you should never have to say to somebody. That's like the worst thing. To have to say, bring me my firearm, or where is my firearm? That is neglectful in itself. Like, that is neglectful in itself. Okay?
He's not supposed to have a gun. You know that. Did you ever get me some bullets? And he says, no, not yet. So you're using him to get you what you need for this in your mind. Then he's apparently going to sell it for you. Somebody got $600 for your gun right now. Then he asks you if you want to make a quick sale, and you discuss reporting the gun stolen and then selling the gun. And he asks you for his clip back, and you give it to him. You say you'll give it to him. And when he sends you a video, your reaction is not to say, oh my God, my son is there. Mom, go make sure my son is safe. You tattle on him. Tell him to put my stuff up. In retrospect, I think your concern was for your son. And I acknowledge the pain you must be going through must be unfathomable. But you're tattling like a sister does. He keeps touching my stuff.
Judge, I apologize for interrupting, but just to provide some further context, on page 33 of the police reports in the defendant's interview, she admits that she was at her boyfriend's house when she received the Instagram message at 11:28 in the morning, not at work. She also doesn't send or call her mother until 3 o'clock in the afternoon because her mother worked a double that day. It was her mother that worked a double. and her mother didn't get off of work until 3 p.m. So the first contact she had with anyone else in that residence, other than sending this
What's
simple
up,
text
Five?
message back to her
Shout
brother,
out to
was her
Just
mother
My
after-
Five. Let me pause this shit. Shout out to the one and only Just My 5 Cents in the building. What's going on? This is a very, very sad situation right here. You know, the judge is about to give this woman the fucking business. She has just issued or entered in. What up? What up? You know, we got MC 109 F2Z, you know, also known as Stingray Cool. What up? What up? What up? But yeah, this is a rough sentence that's about to be put down. This woman was extremely neglectful. Her 6-year-old son got a hold of her firearm that she purchased for her convicted felon of a brother, and he has deleted himself. So she's about to be sentenced for this. Let's listen.
p.m. The criminal complaint was murky. I appreciate your clarification. Do you agree with it that that's what that police report said?
Collins tells me that's not true. So,
But that's what she said. Do you agree that that's what she said in her statement?
yes.
And now,
It probably wouldn't be so bad if they didn't have the text messages. The text messages between her and her brother, and then between her and her mother, and shit like that. You know, just extremely neglectful. You know? So, you know, the kids, obviously, because I think she had 2 other children, and the kids spend a lot of time with their convicted felon of an uncle while she's either, number one, working double shifts at work, or she's just spending the night at her boyfriend's house. Fuck it, you know?
They have proof of me being at work.
regardless, you didn't.
So I'm gonna spin that back in here. The judge giving her ass the fucking business.
It's not true. So,
but murky. I appreciate your clarification. Do you agree with it that that's what that police report
Ms.
says?
Collins tells me that's not true. So,
but that's what she said. Do you agree that that's what she said in her statement?
yes,
And now she says it's not true.
correct.
Okay.
They have proof of me being at work.
Regardless, you didn't take steps to protect him. You wanted to protect your stuff. He didn't pay you for it yet. You wanted to stop touching my stuff, whether he was going to pay you for whatever. The fact is, this baby was there. And Ms. Ruckdaschel is absolutely right. You should be able to trust your family to protect your children. But when they send you absolute billboards full of information that says, I'm not protecting your child, you have to act. And this is what those text messages are. These text messages tell you over and over and over, I'm concerned about myself, that he wants to have guns. You think he's always bringing drama. There's always stuff going on there. And you get the video. Now, I understand you say in your statement, I was at my boyfriend's and I knew I couldn't call my mom until she got home. You say now you were at work, regardless. Regardless. Your baby is there, and someone you don't trust is messing around with guns. And the next thing you know, he's dead. The first thing I have to consider is probation. I simply do not believe, in light of what was just such a blatant disregard of the law. I understand you weren't the one that couldn't have guns, he was, but you were absolutely all in on this and you knew he couldn't have them. And the law does not carve out, well, because you didn't have anywhere else to go. I understand it can make things certainly very uncomfortable for people. He'd just gotten out, he didn't have a plan, whatever. The fact is, though, that's not the law. The law is felons can't have guns, and you were working with him in this gun, and you're convicted of straw purchase of a firearm.
So that's what she's convicted of, straw purchasing a firearm. So she purchased the weapon for her convicted felon brother. And now her child is deceased because of it. Now, I noticed the smoking gun. She should have just said nothing. Just let the lawyer do all of the fucking talking. You know, right there. Because this is a sentencing hearing. She's already been convicted of all this shit, right? But she was like, oh, but y'all see the records that I was at work. Man, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, man. I trying to hear that shit.
So I don't believe probation is appropriate. I don't know what needs would be met other than the specific and the general deterrence. Because the message does need to be sent to the world that this isn't just a suggestion. It's not just a, yeah.
And I hate to say, hey, I agree with the judge, 5. Finally, I actually agree with the judge. Oh, that's racism. This is racist. They just, nah. No. You stupid, you neglectful. You know? And that need to be the message that's sent. No, you're not going to just blame this shit on somebody else. Nah. There are consequences for you not looking out for your fucking children. Real shit. There's consequences for you.
If you feel like it, probably don't have a gun. Disagree with that all you want, but the fact is,
yeah, he shouldn't have had one, period, let alone around her kid. So if he need to get one, that's it. Somebody else gonna have to get you that shit. And if they do get you that shit, motherfucker, you can't stay here. You can't stay here. You can't be around my motherfucking kids. Pretty simple. I get another babysitter. Or matter of fact, I'll just be the babysitter. When I'm not working, I'll stay home with my fucking kids. But no, she's like, hey, when I'm not working, I'll just go to my boyfriend's house and you can stay with the kids while I go run across town and go get fucked. You know? Even though I know you're an irresponsible asshole with a firearm, I'll just leave you around my kids because I got needs. You know? So whatever. Put this motherfucker under the jail as far as I'm concerned.
you can not.
And not even just for the fact that she's got a dead 6-year-old child, which is bad enough. That's bad enough. But now that child's siblings are just extremely traumatized. Like they lost a 6-year-old sibling to this shit. And you hear the woman's attorney trying to advocate for probation. I mean, I get it that that's the attorney's job, so I can't be mad at the attorney for doing her job, but fuck all that. Fuck all that. Try again. Try again. Nah. It's time. It's time. You about to do some time.
He could not, and you knew that. And you entrusted your most precious resource to his care. Probably because you had to work, your mom had to work. It sounds like you both worked really, really hard. And you needed someone to care for your child. But you can't have this horrible combination of guns and caregiving and just hope nothing's going to happen. Because nothing happened in the past. We've lost all of the wonderfulness that could have been him. He could have grown up to be anything.
No, it wasn't the uncle that pulled the trigger. The child just got a hold of the weapon. The child got a hold of the weapon. So the uncle didn't blast, but you know, she purchased the weapon for the uncle, and of course it's not locked up, it's not secured. You know, the uncle is pretty much taking pictures with this shit and playing with it like it's a fucking rap video or some shit. And yeah, and it's the child got a hold of it. You know.
He could have grown up to be a really hard worker like you and his grandma. He could have grown up to realize that, and he was denied that opportunity. I don't think probation is appropriate here. This is just simply too serious. And I do recognize that the state has reduced the charge and they are making this recommendation, which is nowhere. So it'll be prison, and I will get to that at the end. And
I said, just let her know right now, it will be prison. You are going to fucking prison. Yeah. Yeah, it will be prison. Fuck what they recommend. Hey, she's like, fuck what the state recommended. I'm sending your ass to prison. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. I agree with that shit.
I understand your argument, Ms. Ruckdaschel, as to the damage it's going to do to this family. And I'm so sorry for Grandma, who's now got 2 of her children, who lost her grandson, who has those 2 babies.
Who now is burdened or privileged in this case to be taking care of your fucking kids. Burdened, privileged, obligated to take care of your fucking kids, but they're damn sure gonna be in better shape with you and your fucking brother in goddamn jail and them in under the care of their grandmother. Because it couldn't have been much worse with your dumb ass as their caretaker. I'll tell you that.
Who have suffered this trauma. I don't believe they're damaged beyond belief. I know that she's going to be able to care for them until you can come home to continue. Because I don't dispute that you have been caring for them. I appreciate that you're taking them to therapy, that you're recognizing this and not just ignoring it or saying, we'll deal with that after my stuff is done. You're recognizing their trauma. And I think that bodes well for them and for you. Conditions of time that you are serving. Oftentimes I'm asked not to order that there be no contact with the victim's family. You are the victim's family. So I'm not going to issue anything. I will continue the no contact order with the person who has their case open. I don't know how. I don't know how you come back from this. But I'm not going to order a no contact order.
And I like that. I like that part. Nah, ain't no contact order. You and your brother, y'all talk about it while you're both sitting in fucking jail.
Don't remember if you told me. Did you graduate from high school? Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's my bar. That's my kind of my low level. Everybody, I think, needs that. I encourage you to take any educational or vocational programming that you can. to put yourself in the strongest position to be there, to be productive, to be there for your kids, and to use this time in the best way that you can. Did you, is it 16 or 17 days?
I think 17, Judge.
All right, 17 days. Sentence credit will be ordered. You'll have to pay the DNA surcharge as well as the
Hold up. All right. I don't know how, like, when that cut out, I'm gonna spin it back though, so y'all can hear it, cause I guess I got too many tabs open.
Did you, is it 16 or 17 days?
I think 17, Judge.
All right, 17 days sentence credit will be ordered. You'll have to pay the DNA surcharge as well as any mandatory cost, fees, and assessments. I can't do anything about that. The non-mandatory or the mandatory ones. I'll waive the non-mandatory, but you will have to pay DNA and mandatory. That'll be due and payable from your prison funds at a rate to be determined by the Department of Corrections, then will be payable as part of your extended supervision, and then it will convert to a civil judgment. Is there any request for restitution?
No.
Restitution will be set at 0. Due to the nature of this, I am going to find that you are not eligible for the challenge incarceration program or the substance abuse program. I don't believe those are issues that need to be addressed with you. I am going to order that you have a full mental health assessment. And that is not because I believe you have a mental health problem, like a diagnosis before this. I think you're going to have to learn to deal with all of this. And I want you to have that evaluation and continue on with your own therapy. So when you get out, you are as healthy as possible to assist your kids as you all work through this. They're going to not only have suffered the loss of their brother, but well, you may not have any firearms as you are now a convicted felon. Mr. Torben Milwaukee. There are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people who don't have firearms. Because I sit in this court, I hear from people day. You are now among those who can never have a firearm. And I hope you respect that. You never have one again. Never be around them. Nobody is winning. No one in Milwaukee is winning by just getting more and more extended magazine. Oh, you have an extension. Like it's just escalating beyond everything. Nobody's winning. Be the person that says, I want to be there for my 2-year-old and my 4-year-old, so I'm never going to do this. Because if they find it in my purse, I'm going to prison.
I'm telling you, this is real life idiocracy shit. You got to ask yourself why the dumbest motherfuckers, the most incompetent and the most unfit always do the most reproducing. Like, why is that? And I know some people might see that shit as funny, but it's not. It's fucking sad, man. Like, for real. The dumbest motherfuckers have the most goddamn kids. Makes no fucking sense, man.
Respect that. You cannot vote until your civil rights are reinstated. You may never possess body armor. If you violate, well, I didn't order that. So you do have the right to appeal my sentence. Your attorney will go through those rights with you. on this. I'm going to run these counts concurrent to one another. There were decisions made at different points that led up to this, but I believe it was all part of twisted sense of whatever you were doing with your brother. I will sentence you to 6 years on count 1 in the Wisconsin State Prison, 3 years initial confinement, 3 years extended supervision. That will be concurrent to count 2. On count 2, I will sentence you to 6 years in the Wisconsin State Prison, 3 years initial confinement, 3 years extended supervision.
Just said all concurrent, motherfucker. Like, that's it. 6 years, 3 of them you about to do in prison. The other 3 you about to do that shit in a camp. You know, some kind of fucking work release fucking stockade program where your ass is gonna be in bunk beds and shit, and you're gonna be able to cook food and braid hair and shit. Like, what the fuck? Quit fucking crying. Your 6-year-old ain't gonna live to see 7. Didn't live to see 7. Fuck out of here. You ain't no victim, bitch.
That's the bottom line number for you right now. And that's 17 days credit will apply to both because of the way I've structured the sentence. I wish you well, Ms. Collins.
No.
Knock it off and put your phone away.
Look, and the whole family is wilding. That's why I wanted to get to this part right here. The whole family is wilding in the fucking courtroom. Look at this shit. You see that shit? Because I guess there's some glass back there and shit. So you see the reflections in the glass. You know what I'm saying? You got you know what I'm saying? The Ratchet fam and shit right behind her. You know? And they about to just break down and catch the Holy Ghost and shit in the courtroom.
No.
Knock it off and put your phone away. Knock it off and put your phones away, or they're going to be taken and the deputies are going to take action. Love y'all.
Look at this shit, man. This is some sad shit. Like, it's some sad shit. No? Just the look at this shit is just extremely fucking embarrassing. Like, this your crew? This your fam? These your relatives? This your blood? Look at this shit. Damn shame, man. Damn shame. On that note, man, I'm about to get all the way up out of here. It was fun. No, it was fun for the day. Switch this shit over. Yeah. It was fun for the day. You know, talked about a few different things. You know what I'm saying? We 5 hours in. You know what I'm saying? Definitely a pleasure. I'll leave this one up. If y'all want to catch this long ass replay, it will be available, you know, exclusive and tease the boiler room. You know, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, notification bell, super chat, super thanks is available if you're catching the replay. Can't tell you when the next time I'll be up is, but hey, stupidity. History repeats itself. No, shit is not litty. It is just burning the fuck down. Again, on that note, I'm going to get all the way the fuck up out of here and enjoy the rest of this beautiful day. It was a pleasure hanging with you guys. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. Enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Touch grass, slap or shake some ass. All of those good things. Y'all have a good day. Peace.